Didaco and Violenta, the 42nd novel of The Palace of Pleasure by William Paynter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Nicol. Didaco and Violenta, the 42nd novel of The Palace of Pleasure by William Paynter. There is no man but doth know that Valencia is, at this day, the chief and only rampire of Spain, the true seat of faith, justice, and humanity. And amongst all the rare and excellent ornaments, that city is well furnished with so trim ladies and courteous gentlewomen, as they know how to bait and feed young men with foolish dalliance and idle pastime. So that if there be any beetle-head or gross person, the better to allure and provoke him to those follies, they tell him, by a common proverb, that he must go to Valencia. In this city there was, in old time, as it is this day, a very ancient stock and family called Ventimiglia, out of which be descended a great number of rich and honourable knights, amongst whom, not long time past, there was one named Didaco, very famous, and renowned to be the most liberal and familiar gentleman of the city, who, for want of better business, walked up and down the city, and so consumed his youth in triumphs, masques, and other expenses common and apt for such pilgrims, addressing his love indifferently to all women, without greater affection to one than to another, and continued that order till, upon a holiday, he espied a young maid, of final years but of very exquisite beauty, which maid suddenly, casting her eye upon him, so pierced the knight Didaco with her look, that from that time forth she entered more near his heart than any other. And after he had well marked her dwelling place, he many times passed and repassed before the door, to espy if he might get some look or other favour of her, that began already to govern the bridle of his thoughts. And if it chanced that the gentleman beheld her, she showed herself courteous and amiable, endued with grace so good as he never departed ill-contented out of the street. The gentleman, continuing certain time in those vanities, was desirous to know afar of what she was, of what lineage, and of what vocation. And after he had curiously searched out all her original, he understood by diverse report that she was a goldsmith's daughter, whose father was dead certain years before, having no more but her mother alive and two brethren, both of their father's science. Notwithstanding, of life she was chaste and honest, defamed with none, although she was pursued of many. Her outward beauty did not so much set her forth, as her grace and order of talk, who, although brought up in a citizen's house, yet no lady or gentlewoman in the city was comparable to her in virtue and behaviour. For from her tender years she was not only given to her needle, a meet exercise for maids of her degree, but also was trained up to read and write, wherein she took so great pleasure as ordinarily she carried a book in her hand, which she never gave over until she had gathered some fruit thereof. This knight, having received that first impression of the valour and virtue of Violenta, for that was her name, was further in love than before, and that which added more oil to the match was the continual looks wherewith she knew how to delight him, and with them she was so liberal that, so oft as he passed through the street, she shot them forth so cruelly, as his poor heart, feeling itself so tormented, could not endure that new onset. By reason whereof, thinking to quench the fire that by little and little consumed him, he attempted her chastity, with gifts, letters, and messengers, which he continued the space of half a year or more. Whereunto Violenta giving no place, in the end he was constrained to assail her with his own presence, and one day finding her alone at the door, after he had made a very humble reverence unto her, he said, "Mistress Violenta, considering your order and the cold regard that you have to my letters and messages, I do remember the subtlety that is attributed to the serpent, who with his tail stoppeth his ears, because he will not hear the words which have power to constrain him to do against his will, which have made me to leave to write unto you, and to desire specially to speak unto you, that mine affectious accents my sorrowful words and fervent sighs might certify you better than paper the rest of my passion, believing verily that if the heavy sound of my grievous complaints may come to your delicate ears, they will make you to understand a part of that good and evil which I feel continually in my heart, although the love which I bear you be such as I cannot give any lively experience outwardly, being but little in comparison of them which may be seen within. And pronouncing those words, there followed so many tears, sobs, and sighs, as they gave sufficient testimony that his tongue was the true and faithful messenger of his heart.
Señor Didaco, if you do not yet remember your life past, and mine honesty, which peradventure you have thought either rude or cruel, I doubt not that you have any cause to marvel of my presumption, and to attribute that to vice, which is familiar with virtue. For although that you have solicited me to love you by an infinite number of letters and messages, yet it is so that, following the nature of maids of my degree, I have neither allowed them nor yet condemned them, as whereunto accordingly I have made no answer, not for despite or contempt, but to let you know more certainly that by favouring your enterprises I should increase your grief, which can receive none end by the way you pretend. For although that I have made the first proof upon myself, and therefore of reason I ought to lament them which be in semblable pain, yet I will not let slip the bridle in such wise to my passion, that my honesty shall remain in another man's power, and, so it may be, at the mercy and courtesy of them who, not knowing how dear it is to me, shall think they have made a pretty conquest. And that I may have no cause to repent too late, I have stopped mine ears, for fear that I be not arrested and stayed with the violence of your charms, a thing, as you say, proper to serpents. But I have forfeited my heart, and so armed my inward mind, as if God continue that grace in me which hitherto he has done, I hope not to be surprised. Although that I must needs confess to my shame that I have received marvellous assaults of love, not only for the common renown of your virtues, and through the courtesy and gentleness daily imparted to me by your letters, but especially by your presence, which hath yielded unto me experience and assurance of that which all the letters of the world could not do, nor all other messages were not able to conceive. And to the end that I may not be utterly ingrate, and that you do not depart from me altogether miscontent, I do promise you now that from henceforth you shall enjoy the first place of my heart, whereunto another shall never enter. If so be you can be content with honest amity, wherein you shall find me in time to come so liberal in all that which honesty shall permit, that I am content to forego the name of a presumptuous or cruel damsel for your sake. But if you mean to abuse me, or hope for anything of me contrary to mine honour, you be marvellously deceived. Wherefore, if you think your worthiness is too great to carry away a recompense so small, you shall do very well, both for me and yourself, in forgetting that is past, to cut off all hope in time to come.
And she, thinking to prolong a further discourse, the mother of Violenta, which still stood at the window all the time that Señor Didaco was with her daughter, came down to the door, interrupting their talk, said to Didaco, "Sir, I suppose you take great pleasure in the folly of my daughter, because you tarry and abide here rather than to contrive your time than for any other contentation you can receive. For she is so evil taught and of such rude behaviour that her demeanour will rather trouble you than give you cause of delight." "Mistress," said Didaco, "although in the beginning I purposed not to tarry so long, yet when I entered in more familiar acquaintance, and had well experienced her good graces, I confess that I have stayed here longer than I thought. And were he never so great a lord that liveth at this day, I dare avouch that he might think his time well spent in hearing such sober and honest talk, wherewith I think myself so well satisfied and instructed, as all the days of my life I will witness that virtue, courtesy, and sober behaviour is to be found as well in mean degrees and houses, as in them that be right noble, amongst which mean families, although she be one, it may be so, that one more illustre and noble cannot be more excellent and accomplished with better manners than she, which is now well manifested to me in this little discourse." And after certain other common talk, Didaco took his leave and went home to his house, where he lived 14 or 15 months without any rest, assaying by all means to mortify his desires, but it availed not. For although he was rich, a trim courtier, and an eloquent gentleman, and had opportunity to speak unto her many times, and she gentle enough to hear him and to understand his errands, and was assured by friends that she for her part was also in love, yet he was not able by human art and policy to convert her to his mind. Wherewithal he was long time molested, and at length pressed with grief and annoyance, he was advised to send 600 ducats to the mother, for a relief to the marriage of her daughter, promising besides that he would assign her an honest dowry when she found a man worthy to be her husband, upon condition that she would yield to him some comfort to ease his affection. But she which could not be won with love was not able to be recovered with money, and was offended that Señor Didaco had forgotten himself so far as to think to gain that for money which with so great pain, tears, and sighs had been denied him. And to make him understand how she was offended, she sent word by him that brought her the money, that he should go and prove hereafter to deceive them that measured their honour with the price of profit, and not to set traps to deceive other that would buy nothing hurtful to virtue. And after Didaco was advised of her mind, and perceived that he lost time in all his enterprises, and was able no longer to sustain his extreme pain and sorrow, which daily augmented, and when he had debated in his mind all the success of his love, he resolved in the end upon that which he thought most profitable for his quiet, which was to marry her. And although she was of no such house, and yet less endowed with substance as he deserved, yet her beauty and virtue and other gifts of grace wherewith she was enriched made her worthy of a great lord. And resolved upon this, he repaired to Violenta, to whom he said, Mistress Violenta, if the true touchstone to know them that be perfect lovers amongst other is marriage, certainly you have gotten a husband of me, if it please you to accept me for such one, whom in time you shall make to understand the difference between goodness and virtue, and between honesty and riches. Violenta then, ravished with joy and incredible contentation, somewhat abashed, said unto him, Señor Didaco, I know not whether you pretend by words to prove my constancy, or else bring me into fool's paradise, but of one thing I can assure you, that although I acknowledge myself inferior to you in merits, goods, and virtue, yet if that come to pass which you promise, I will not give place to you in love, trusting if God send us life together, you shall well understand one day that you would not exchange my person for a greater lady whatsoever she be. For confirmation whereof, Didaco plucked from his finger an emerald of great value, which, when he had kissed her, he gave unto her in the way of marriage, praying her that she would not disclose it for a certain time, until he himself had made all his friends privy unto it. Notwithstanding, he willed her to impart the same to her 2 brethren, and to her mother, and he would get some priest of the country to solemnize the marriage within their house, which was done in a chamber about 4 of the clock in the morning, being only present the mother, the brethren, the priest, and a servant of the house brought up there from her youth, and his own man, without making any other preparation of cost requisite for such a matter. In this sort they spent the day in great joy and mirth, which they can conceive that be of base birth and exalted to some high degree of honour, till night was come, and then every man withdrew themselves, leaving the bride and her husband to the mercy of love and order of the night, who, being alone, received equal joy and like contentation, which they feel that, being pressed with ardent and grievous thirst, do in the end afterwards with lively joy and all kind of liberty quench that cruel discommodity. And continued in those pleasures till morning, that day began to appear, to whom Violenta said, My honourable lord and dear husband, sith that you be now in possession of that which you have so greatly desired, I humbly beseech you to consider for the time to come how and what wise your pleasure is that I shall use myself. For if God grant me the grace to be so discreet in pleasing you as I shall be ready and desirous to obey you, in all that you shall command me there was never gentleman's servant that did more willingly please his master than I hope to do you. My sweet and well-beloved wife, let us leave this humbleness and service for this time to them which delight in them, for I promise you of my faith that I have you in no less reverence and estimation than if you had come of the greatest house in Catalonia, as I will make you understand some other time, at more leisure.
But till I have given order to certain of mine affairs, I pray you to keep our marriage secret, and be not offended if many times I do resort home to mine own house, although there shall no day pass by my will, but at night I will keep you company. In the meantime, to buy you necessaries, I will send you 1,000 or 1,200 ducats to employ, not upon apparel or other things requisite to your degree, for I will provide the same myself at another time, but upon small trifles, such as be apt and convenient for household. And so departed Señor Didaco from his wife's house, who did so lovingly entertain him, as by the space of a year there was no day wherein he was content without the view and sight of his wife. And upon his oft resort to their house, the neighbours began to suspect that he kept the maiden, and rebuked her mother and brethren, but especially Violenta, for suffering Didaco to use their house in such secret wise. And above all they lamented the ill hap of Violenta, who, being so well brought up till she was 20 years of age, and maiden of such beauty, that there was none in all the city of Valencia but greatly did esteem her to be of singular honesty and reputation. Notwithstanding, degenerating from her accustomed virtue, they judged her to be light of behaviour, given to lascivious love, and albeit that very many times such checks and taunts were objected, yet she made small account of them, knowing that her conscience by any means was not charged with such reproach, hoping therewithal that one day she would make them to give over that false opinion, when her marriage should be published and known. But certain times, feeling herself touched and her honesty impaired, could not contain but when she saw time with her husband, she prayed him very earnestly to have her home to his own house, to avoid slander and defamation of neighbours. But Sir Didaco knew so well how to use his wife by delays and promises, as she agreed unto him in all things, and had rather displease the whole world together than offend him alone. Being now so attached with the love of the knight, as she cared for nothing else but to please and content him in all things whereunto she saw him disposed. And like as in the beginning she was hard and very slack in love, now she became so fervent and earnest in her affections, as she received no pleasure but in the sight of Didaco, or in that which might content and please him best. Which the knight did easily perceive, and seeing himself in full possession of her heart, began by little and little to wax cold, and to be grieved at that which before he counted dear and precious, persuading himself that he should do no wrong to his reputation, if that marriage unworthy of his estate were discovered and known in the city, and to provide for the same, he more seldom times repaired to visit his wife Violenta. Yea, and whensoever he resorted to her, it was more to satisfy his carnal pleasure than for any love he bore her. And thus, forgetting both God and his own conscience, he frequented other companies in divers places, to win the goodwill of some other gentlewoman. In the end, by sundry suits, dissimulations, and hypocrisies, he so behaved himself as he recovered the goodwill of the daughter of Señor Ramiro Villaracuta, one of the chiefest knights and of most ancient house of Valencia. And, as we have declared before, because he was rich and wealthy and issued of a noble race, her parents did easily agree to the marriage, and the father having assigned an honourable dowry to his daughter, the nuptials were celebrated publicly with great pomp and solemnity, to the singular contentation of all men. The marriage done and ended, Sir Didaco and his new wife continued at the house of his father-in-law, where he lived a certain time in such pleasure and delectation as they do that be newly married. Whereof the mother and brethren of Violenta, being advertised, conceived like sorrow as accustomedly they do, that see the honour of them that be issued of their own blood, unjustly and without cause to be despoiled. And these poor miserable creatures, not knowing to whom to make their complaint, lived in strange perplexity, because they knew not the priest which did solemnize their marriage. On the other side, they had no sufficient proof of the same, and albeit they were able to verify in some points the first marriage of Didaco, yet they durst not prosecute the law against two of the greatest lords of their city, and knowing the stout heart of Violenta, they thought to conceal the same from her for a time, but it was in vain. For not long after she was certified thereof, not only by the next neighbours, but by the common bruit of the city, which reported,
that in 10 years space there was not seen in Valencia a marriage more honourable or royal, nor frequented with a nobler company of gentlemen and ladies, than the same was of the young knight Didaco with the daughter of Señor Ramiro. Wherewithal Violenta, vexed beyond measure, pressed with ire and fury, withdrew herself into her chamber alone, and there began to scratch and tear her face and hair, like one that was mad and out of her wits, saying, "Alas, alas, what pain and trouble, what immeasurable torment suffereth now my poor afflicted mind, without comfort or consolation of any creature living! O Fortune, Fortune, the enemy of my felicity and bliss, thou hast so deprived me of all remedy, as I dare not so much as to make any man know or understand my mishap, that the same might be revenged, which being done would render such content to my mind, as I should not depart out of this world the best satisfied maiden that ever died. Alas, that the gods did not grant me the benefit that I might have come of noble kind, to the intent that I might have caused that traitorous ruffian to feel the grievous pain and bitter torments which my poor heart sustaineth. O wretched caitiff that I am, abandoned and forlorn of all good fortune! Now I do see that with the eyes of my mind, which with those of my body, dazzled and deceived, I could not see or perceive. Ah, cruel enemy of all pity, dost thou not know and feel in thy mind the heavy and sorrowful sound of my bitter plaints? Understandest not thou my voice that crieth vengeance upon thee for thy misdeed? Can not thy cruelty in nothing be diminished, seeing me dismembered with the terror of 1,000 furious martyrdoms? O ungrateful wretch! Is this now the reward of my love, of my faithful service, and mine obedience?" And as she thus bitterly tormented herself, her mother and brethren, and her maid, which was brought up with her from her tender years, went up to the chamber to Violenta, where they found her then so deformed with rage and fury that almost she was out of their knowledge. And when they went about to reduce her by all means possible from those furious pangs, and saw that it nothing availed, they left her in the keeping of the old maiden, whom she loved above any other. And after the maiden had uttered unto her particularly many reasons for the appeasing of her grief, she told her that if she would be quiet a little while, she would go and speak to the knight Didaco, and make him to understand his fault, and would with discreet order so deal with him that he should come home to her house, and therefore she prayed her to arm herself against this wickedness, and to dissemble the matter for a time, that hereafter she might use upon him just revenge.
"No, no, Janique," answered Violenta, "that offence is very small and light where counsel is received, and albeit that I cannot choose but confess thine advice to be very meet, yet there wanteth in me a mind to follow it, that if I did feel any part in me disposed to obey the same, I would, even before thy face, separate that mind from my wretched body. For I am so resolved in the malice and hatred of Didaco, as he cannot satisfy me without life alone. And I believe the gods did cause me to be born with mine own hands to execute vengeance of their wrath and the loss of mine honour. Wherefore, Janique, if from my love thou didst ever love me, show now the same to me by effect, in a matter whereunto thy help is most necessary. For I am so outraged in my mischief, as I do envy the miserablest creatures of the world, remaining no more in me to continue life in wailing and continual sighs, but the title of a vile and abominable whore. Thou art a stranger, and livest here a beastly life, joined with continual labour. I have 1,200 crowns, with certain jewels which that false traitor gave me, which he predestinated by the heavens for none other purpose but to pay them their hire, which shall do the vengeance upon his disloyal person. I do put the same money now into thy hands, if thou wilt help me make sacrifice with the body of poor Didaco. But if thou dost deny me thy help, I will execute the same alone, and in case he do not die as I do intend, he shall be murdered as I may, for the first time that I shall see him with mine eyes, come of it what will, his life shall be dispatched with these 2 trembling hands which thou seest."
Janique, seeing her mistress in these terms, and knowing of her stout nature endued with a manly and invincible stomach, after she had debated many things in her mind, she determined wholly to employ herself for her mistress in that she was able to do. Moved partly with pity to see her mistress dishonoured with a defamed marriage, and partly provoked with covetousness to gain so great a sum of money which her mistress did offer if she would condescend to her enterprise, thinking, after the fact committed, to flee into some other country. And when she was thoroughly resolved upon the same, she embraced Violenta, and said unto her, Mistress, if you will be ruled by me, and give over the vehemence of your wrath and displeasure, I have found a way for you to be revenged upon Didaco, who hath so wickedly deceived you, and albeit the same cannot be done secretly, but in the end it must be known, yet I doubt not but the cause declared before the judges, and they understanding the wrong ye have done you, they will have compassion upon your misery, who know right well that always you have been known and esteemed for a very honest and virtuous maiden. And to the end that you may be informed how this matter may be brought to pass, first you must learn to dissemble your grief openly, and to feign yourself in any wise not to be offended with the new marriage of the knight. Then you shall write unto him a letter with your own hand, letting him thereby to understand the pain that you suffer for the great love you bear him, and you shall humbly beseech him sometimes to come and visit you. And sith that froward fortune will not suffer you to be his wife, yet that it would please him to use you as his lover, that you may possess the second place of his love, sith by reason of his new wife you cannot enjoy the first. Thus the deceiver shall be beguiled, by thinking to have you at his commandment as he was wont to do, and being come hither to lie with you, we will handle him in such wise as I have invented, that in one night he shall lose his life, his wife, and her whom he thinketh to have for his lover. For when he is abed with you, and fallen in his first sleep, we will send him into another place, where in a more sounder sleep he shall everlastingly continue. Violenta, all this time, which fed her bloody and cruel heart with none other repast but with rage and disdain, began to be appeased, and found the counsel of Ianique so good, as she wholly purposed to follow the same. And to begin her enterprise, she prayed Ianique for a time to withdraw herself until she had written her letter, by the tenor whereof she should understand with what audacity she would prosecute the rest. And being alone in her chamber, taking pen and paper, she wrote to Didaco with feigned heart, as followeth.
Señor Didaco, I am persuaded that if you will vouchsafe to read and peruse the contents of these my sorrowful letters, you shall be moved with some compassion and pity by beholding the true image of my miserable life portrayed and painted in the same, which through your disloyalty and breach of promise is consumed and spent with so many tears, sighs, torments, and griefs, that divers times I marvel how nature can so long support and defend the violent assaults of so cruel a martyrdom, and that she hath not many times torn my feeble spirit out of this cruel and mortal prison, which maketh me to think and believe, by continuing life, that death himself has conspired my misery, and is the companion of my affliction, considering that by no torment she is able to make division between my soul and body. Alas, how many 100,000 times in a day have I called for death, and yet I cannot make her to recline her ears unto my cries. Alas, how many times am I vanquished with the sharp torments of sorrow, ready to take my leave and last farewell of you, being arrived at the extreme pangs of death. Behold, Didaco, mine ordinary delights, behold my pleasures, behold all my pastime. But yet this is but little in respect of that which chanceth in the night. For if it happen that my poor eyes do fall asleep, weary with incessant drawing forth of well springs of tears, slumbering dreams cease not then to vex and afflict my mind with the cruellest torments that are possible to be devised, representing unto me by their ugly and horrible visions the joy and contentation of her which enjoyeth my place, whereby the greatest joy which I conceive is not inferior to cruel death. Thus my life, maintained with continuation of sorrows and griefs, is persecuted in most miserable wise. Now, as you know, I daily pass my sorrow under painful silence, thinking that your old promises, confirmed with so many oaths, and the assured proof which you still have had of my faith and constancy, would have brought you to some order. But now, seeing with mine eyes the hard metal of your heart, and the cruelty of my fate, which wholly hath subdued me to your obedience for respect of mine honour, I am forced to complain of him that beateth me, and thereby despoileth me both of mine honour and life, not vouchsafing only so much as once to come unto me. And uncertain to whom I may make recourse, or where to find redress, I appeal unto you, to the end that, seeing what lean and ugly state I am, your cruelty may altogether be satisfied, which beholding a sight so pitiful, wherein the figure of my torment is lively expressed, it may be moved to some compassion. Come hither then, thou cruel man, come hither, I say, to visit her whom with some sign of humanity thou mayest stay, or leastwise mollify and appease the vengeance which she prepareth for thee. And if ever spark of pity did warm thy frozen heart, arm thyself with greater cruelty than ever thou wast wont to do, and come hither to make her sob her last and extreme sighs whom thou hast wretchedly deceived. For in doing otherwise, thou mayst peradventure too late bewail my death and thy beastly cruelty.
And thinking to make a conclusion of her letter, the tears made her words to die in her mouth, and would not suffer her to write any more. Wherefore she closed and sealed the same, and then calling Janike unto her, she said, Hold, gentle Janike, carry these letters unto him, and if thou canst so well play thy part as I have done mine, I hope we shall have shortly at our commandment him that is the occasion of this my painful life, more grievous unto me than 1,000 deaths together. Janike, having the letter, departed with diligence, and went to the house of the father-in-law of Didaco, where quietly she waited until she might speak with some of the house, which was within a while after, for one of the servants of Didaco, whom she knew right well, went about certain his master's business, and meeting Janike was abashed, of whom she demanded if the Lord Didaco were within, and said that she would fain speak with him, but if it were possible she would talk with him secretly. Whereof Didaco, advertised, came forth to her in the street, to whom smilingly, having made to him a feigned reverence, she said, Señor Didaco, I can neither write nor read, but I dare lay my life there is suit made unto you by these letters which Madame Violenta hath sent unto you. And indeed, to say the truth, there is great injury done unto you of your part, not in respect of your new marriage, for I never thought that Violenta was a wife meet for you, considering the difference of your estates, but because you will not vouchsafe to come unto her, seeming that you make no more account of her, and especially for that you provide no marriage for her in some other place, and assure yourself she is so far in love with you that she is ready to die as she goeth, in such wise that making her complaint unto me this day weeping, she said unto me, Well, for so much then as I cannot have him to be my husband, I would to God he would maintain me for his friend, and certain times in the week to come and see me, especially in the night, lest he should be espied of the neighbours. And certainly if you would follow her mind herein, you should do very well, for the case standeth thus. You may make your avaunt that you be provided of so fair a wife, and with so beautiful a friend as any gentleman in Valentia. And then Janike delivered him the letter, which he received, and read, and having well considered the tenor of the same, he was incontinently surprised with a sudden passion. For hatred and pity, love and disdain, as within a cloud be contained hot and cold with many contrary winds, began to combat together, and to vex his heart with contrary minds. Then pausing upon answer, he said unto her, Janike, my dear friend, recommend me to the good grace and favour of thy mistress, and say unto her that for this time I will make her no answer, but tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the morning I will be at her house, and keep her company all the day and night, and then I will tell her what I have done since I departed last from her, trusting she shall have no cause to be offended with me. And then Janike, taking her leave, returned toward Violenta, telling her what she had done. To whom Violenta answered, Janike, if thou hast made a good beginning to our plotted enterprise, I likewise for my part have not slept. For I have devised that we must provide for a strong rope, which we will fasten to the bedside, and when he shall be asleep, I will cast the other end of the rope to thee, overthwart the bed, that thou mayst pluck the same with all thy might, and before thou beginnest to pull, I will with a knife cut his throat, wherefore thou must prepare 2 great knives, whatsoever they cost, but I pray thee let me alone with doing of the fact, that I may dispatch him of his life, which alone did make the first assault to the breach of mine honour. Janike knew so well how to provide for all that was requisite for the execution of their enterprise, as there rested nothing but opportunity to sort their cruel purpose to effect. The knight, Sir Didaco, at the hour appointed, told his new wife that he must go into the country to take order for the state of his land, and that he could not return till next day in the morning, which she by and by believed, and the better to cover his fact, he caused 2 horse to be made ready, and rode forth when the clock struck 4. And when he had ridden through a certain street, he said to his man, which was wont to serve his turn in love matters, "Carry my horse to such a manor in the country, and tarry there all this day, and to-morrow morning come seek me in such a place, when I am gone from the house of Violenta. In the meantime set my horse in some inn, for in any wise I will have no man know that I do lie there." Which done, the master and the servant went 2 several ways. The knight being come to the house of Violenta, he found Janice tarrying for him with good devotion to use him according to his desert, and conveyed him to the chamber of Violenta. And then she returned about her business. The knight kissed Violenta, and bade her good morrow, asking her how she did. Whom Violenta answered, "Sir Didaco, you bid me good morrow in words, but indeed you go about to prepare me for a heavy and sorrowful life. I believe that your mind beareth witness of the state of my welfare, for you have brought me to such extremity that you see right well how nothing else but my voice declareth me to be a woman, and therewithal so feeble a creature, that I still crave and call for death or pity, although both of the one and of the other I am not heard at all. And yet think not, Didaco, that I am so far out my wits to believe that the cause of my writing the letter was for hope that you, remembering my bitter pains and your own heinous crime, I could ever move you to pity, for I am persuaded that you will never cease to exhaust and suck the blood, honour, and life of them that credit your trumperies and deceits, as now by experience I know myself, with such deadly sorrow that I still attend and look for the sorrowful end of my life." Didaco, seeing her thus afflicted, fearing that her choler would further inflame, began to cull her, and to take her now into his arms, telling her that his marriage with the daughter of Villeracuta was concluded more by force than his own will and mind, because they pretended to have a gift of all the land and goods he had in succession after his father was dead, which if they did obtain by law, he should be a beggar all the days of his life, and that the same was done to provide for the quiet state of them both, and notwithstanding he had married another wife, yet he purposed to love none but her, and meant in time to poison his wife, and to spend the rest of his life with her. And thus, seeming to remedy his former fault by surmised reports, chanting upon the chords of his pleasant tongue, he thought with court-like allurements to appease her, which had her wits too well sharpened to be twice taken in one trap. Howbeit, for fear of driving him away, and to lose the mean to accomplish that which she intended, she said unto him with forced smiling, "Sir Didaco, although you have so ill used me in time past, as I have no great cause to believe your present words, yet the love that I bear you is so rooted in my heart, as the fault must be very great which should remove the same. In consideration whereof, I will constrain myself to believe that your words be true, upon condition that you will swear and promise to lie with me here once or twice a week. For methink that if I might at times enjoy your presence, I should remain in some part of your grace and favour, and live the best contented woman alive." Whereunto he willingly agreed, with a great number of other like protestations, prompt and ready in them, which mean deceit. But if the poor miserable woman had pierced the same in the depth of her heart, and had credited all that he spake, no doubt he would have changed his mind. Thus either parties spent the day in cold and dissembled flatteries, till dark night with its accustomed silence did deliver them the mean to exercise their cruel fact. So soon as supper was done, Didaco and Violenta walked up and down together, talking of certain common matters, till the knight, pressed with sleep, commanded his bed to be made ready. It needed not then to inquire with what diligence Violenta and Janice obeyed his request, in whom only as they thought consisted the hap or mishap of their intent, to whom, because Violenta might show herself more affectionate, went first to bed, and so soon as they were laid, Janice drew the curtains, and took away Didaco's sword, and making as though she had a thing to do under the bed, she fastened the rope, and raked up the fire which was in the chimney, carrying a stool to the bedside, and laid upon the same 2 great kitchen knives, which done, she put out the candle, and feigning to go out of the chamber, she shut the door, and went in again. And then the poor unfortunate knight, thinking that he was alone in the chamber with Violenta, began to clip and kiss her, whereunto she made no refusal, but desirous to renew his old private toys, she prayed him of all love that he bare unto her, to keep truce for 2 or 3 hours, for that the night was long enough to satisfy his desires, affirming that it was impossible for her to wake, because 5 or 6 days before, by reason of her griefs, she had not slept at all, notwithstanding she said that after her first sleep she would willingly obey him. Whereunto the gentleman was easily persuaded, as well because he had elsewhere sufficiently staunched his thirst, as also for that he was loath to displease her, and feigning herself to sleep, she turned her face to the other side, and in that wise continued till the poor gentleman was fallen into his sound sleep. Then Janike softly conveyed the rope over his body, and gave it to Violenta, and after she had placed it according to her mind, as they together had devised before, she delivered the end to Janike, who being at the bedside sat down upon the ground, and folding the rope about her arms, hoisted her 2 feet against the bed, to pull with greater force when need required. Not long after, Violenta took one of the great knives, and lifting herself up softly, she proved with her hand to seek a place most meet for her to stab a hole into her enemy's flesh, and enchanted with wrath, rage, and fury, like another Medea, thrust the point of the knife with such force into his throat as she pierced it through, and the poor unhappy man, thinking to resist the same, by giving some repulse against that adverse and heavy fortune, was appalled, who, feeling a new charge given upon him again, especially being intricated with the rope, was not able to stir hand nor foot, and through the excessive violence of the pain, his speech and power to cry was taken away, in such sort that, after he had received 10 or 12 mortal wounds one after another, his poor martyred soul departed from his sorrowful body. Violenta, having ended her determined enterprise, commanded Janike to light the candle, and approaching near the knight's face, she saw by and by that he was without life. Then, not able to satisfy her bloody heart, nor yet to quench her furious rage which boiled in her stomach, she, with the point of the knife, tare out the eyes from his head, crying out upon them with hideous voice, as if they had been alive, "Ah, treacherous eyes, the messengers of a mind most villainous that ever sojourned within the body of man! Come out of your shameless siege for ever, for the spring of your feigned tears is now exhausted and dried up." Then she played the butcher upon those insensible members, continuing still her rage, and cruelly seized upon the tongue, which with her bloody hand she haled out of his mouth, and beholding the same with a murderous eye as she was cutting it off, said, "O abominable and perjured tongue, how many lives didst thou frame in the same before thou couldst with the cannon shot of this poisoned member make breach into my virginity, whereof now, being deprived by thy means, I frankly accelerate myself to death, whereunto thou presently hast opened the way." And when she had separated this little member from the rest of the body, insatiable of cruelty, with the knife ripped a violent hole into his stomach, and launching her cruel hands upon his heart, she tare it from the place, and gashing the same with many blows, she said, "Ah, vile heart, harder than the diamond whose anvil forged the unfortunate traps of these my cruel destinies! Oh, that I could have discovered thy cogitations in time past, as I do now thy material substance, that I might have been preserved from thine abominable treason and detestable infidelity." Then, fleshing herself upon the dead body, as a hungry lion upon his prey, she left no part of him unwounded. And when she had mangled his body all over with an infinite number of gashes, she cried out, "O infected carrion, whilom an organ and instrument of the most unfaithful and traitorous mind that ever was under the cope of heaven, now thou art paid with desert, worthy of thy merits." Then she said to Janike, which with great terror had all this while viewed her play this pageant, "Janike, I feel myself now so eased of pain, that come death when he will, he shall find me strong and lusty to endure his furious assault, which of long time I have assayed. Help me then to train this corpse out of my father's house, wherein I was first deflowered. Then I will tell you what thou should do. For like as mine honesty is stained and published abroad, even so will I the revenge to be manifest, craving that his body may be exposed to the view of all men, whose request Genice obeyed, and then she and Violenta took the body and threw it out at one of the chamber windows down upon the pavement of the street, with all the parts which she had cut off. That done, she said to Genice, "Take this casket, with the money within the same, and ship thyself at the next port thou shalt come to, and get thee over into Africa to save thy life so speedily as thou canst, and never come into these parts again, nor to any other where thou art known." Which Genice purposed to do, although Violenta had not counselled her thereunto, and ready to depart, she gave a sorrowful farewell to her mistress, and betook herself to her good fortune, and from that time forth no man could tell whither she went, for all the pursuit made after her. So soon as day appeared, the first that passed by the street espied the dead body, which, by reason of the noise and bruit made throughout the town, caused many people to come and see it. But no man knew what he was, being disfigured as well by reason of the eyes torn out of his head, as for other parts mutilated and deformed. And about 8 of the clock in the morning there was such a multitude of people assembled, as it was in manner impossible to come near it. The most part thought that some thieves in the night had committed that murder, which opinion seemed to be true, because he was in his shirt. Other some were of contrary opinion, and Violenta, which was at the window, hearing their sundry opinions, came down, and with a bold courage and stout voice that every man might hear, said, "Sirs, you do contend upon a thing whereof, if I were demanded the question of the magistrates of this city, I am able to render assured testimony, and without great difficulty this murder cannot be discovered by any other but by me." Which words the people did soon believe, thinking that divers gentlemen jealous of Violenta had made a fray, for she had now lost her ancient reputation by means of Didaco, who, as the fame and common report was bruited, did keep her. When she had spoken these words, the judges were incontinently advertised as well of the murder of that which Violenta had said, and went thither with sergeants and officers, where they found Violenta more stout than any of the standers by, and inquired of her immediately how that murder came to pass. But she, without fear or appalment, made this answer: "He that you see here dead is the Lord Didaco, and because it appertaineth to many to understand the truth of his death, as his father-in-law, his wife, and other kinsmen, I would in their presence, if it please you to cause them to be called hither, declare what I know." The magistrates, amazed to see so great a lord so cruelly slain, committed her to ward till after dinner, and commanded that all but the before named should be summoned to appear, who assembled in the palace with such a number of the people as the judges could scant have place. Violenta, in the presence of them all, without any rage or passion, first of all recounted unto them the chaste love between Didaco and her, which he continued the space of 14 or 15 months, without receiving any fruit or commodity thereof. Within a while after, he being vanquished with love, married her secretly at her house, and solemnized the nuptials by a priest unknown, declaring moreover how they had lived a year together in household without any occasion of offence on her part given unto him. Then she rehearsed before them his second marriage with the daughter of such a man, being there present, adding for conclusion that sith he had made her to lose her honesty, she had sought means to make him lose his life, which she executed with the help of Genice her maid, who by her advice, being loath to live any longer, had drowned herself. And after she had declared the true state of the matter passed between them, she said for conclusion that all she had rehearsed was not to incite or move them to pity or compassion, thereby to prolong her life, whereof she judged herself unworthy. "For if you," quoth she, "do suffer me to escape your hands, thinking to save my body, you shall be the cause and whole ruin of my soul. For with these mine own hands which you see before you, I will desperately cut the thread of this my life." And with those words she held her peace, whereat the people, amazed and moved with pity, let fall the lukewarm tears from their dolorous eyes, and lamented the misfortune of that poor creature, imputing the fault upon the dead knight, which under colour of marriage had deceived her. The magistrates, determining further to deliberate upon the matter, caused the dead body to be buried, and committed Violenta again to ward, taking away from her knives and other weapons wherewith they thought she might hurt herself, and used such diligent search and inquiry that the priest which married them was found out, and the servant of Didaco that was present at the marriage of Violenta, being examined, deposed how by his master's commandment he carried his horse into the country, and how he commanded him to come to him again the next morning to the house of Violenta. And all things were so well brought to light as nothing wanted for further investigation of the truth, but only the confession of him that was dead. and Violenta, by the common opinion of the judges, was condemned to be beheaded, not only for that she had presumed to punish the knight's trumpery and offence, but for her excessive cruelty done upon the dead body. Thus unfortunate Violenta ended her life, her mother and brethren being acquitted, and was executed in the presence of the Duke of Calabria, the son of King Frederick of Aragon, which was at that time the viceroy there, and afterwards died at Torry in France, who incontinently after caused this history to be registered with other things worthy of remembrance chanced in his time at Valencia. Bandello doth write that the maid Janique was put to death with her mistress, but Paludanus, a Spaniard, alive at that time, writeth an excellent history in Latin, wherein he certainly declareth that she was never apprehended, which opinion, as most probable, I have followed. End of Didaco and Violenta, the 42nd novel of The Palace of Pleasure by William Paynter. Recording by David Nicol, Halifax, Nova Scotia, July 2008.
The Duplicity of Hargreaves by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. The Duplicity of Hargreaves by O. Henry. When Major Pendleton Talbot of Mobile, sir, and his daughter, Miss Lydia Talbot, came to Washington to reside, they selected for a boarding place a house that stood 50 yards back from one of the quietest avenues. It was an old-fashioned brick building, with a portico upheld by tall white pillars. The yard was shaded by stately locusts and elms, and a catalpa tree in season rained its pink and white blossoms upon the grass. Rows of high box bushes lined the fence and walks. It was the southern style and aspect of the place that pleased the eyes of the Talbots. In this pleasant private boarding house they engaged rooms, including a study for Major Talbot, who was adding the finishing chapters to his book, Anecdotes and Reminiscences of the Alabama Army, Bench and Bar. Major Talbot was of the old South. The present day had little interest or excellence in his eyes. His mind lived in that period before the Civil War, when the Talbots owned thousands of acres of fine cotton land, and the slaves to till them, when the family mansion was the scene of princely hospitality, and drew its guests from the aristocracy of the South. Out of that period he had brought all its old pride and scruples of honor, an antiquated and punctilious politeness, and, you would think, its wardrobe. Such clothes were surely never made within 50 years. The Major was tall, but whenever he made that wonderful archaic genuflection he called a bow, the corners of his frock coat swept the floor. That garment was a surprise even to Washington, which has long ago ceased to shy at the frocks and broad-brimmed hats of Southern congressmen. One of the boarders christened it a Father Hubbard, and it certainly was high in the waist and full in the skirt. But the Major, with all his queer clothes, his immense area of plaited, raveling shirt bosom, and the little black string tie with the bow always slipping on one side, both was smiled at and liked in Miss Vardaman's select boarding house. Some of the young department clerks would often string him, as they called it, getting him started upon the subject dearest to him, the traditions and histories of his beloved Southland. During his talks he would quote freely from the Anecdotes and Reminiscences, but they were very careful not to let him see their designs, for in spite of his 68 years, he could make the boldest of them uncomfortable under the steady regard of his piercing gray eyes. Miss Lydia was a plump little old maid of 35, with smoothly drawn, tightly twisted hair that made her look still older. Old-fashioned, too, she was, but antebellum glory did not radiate from her as it did from the Major. She possessed a thrifty common sense, and it was she who handled the finances of the family and met all comers when there were bills to pay. The Major regarded board bills and wash bills as contemptible nuisances. They kept coming in so persistently and so often. Why, the Major wanted to know, could they not be filed and paid in a lump sum at some convenient period, when the Anecdotes and Reminiscences had been published and paid for? Miss Lydia would calmly go on with her sewing and say, "We'll pay as we go as long as the money lasts, and then perhaps they'll have to lump it." Most of Mrs. Vardeman's boarders were away during the day, being nearly all department clerks and business men, but there was one of them who was about the house a great deal from morning to night. This was a young man named Henry Hopkins Hargreaves (everyone in the house addressed him by his full name), who was engaged at one of the popular vaudeville theatres. Vaudeville has risen to such a respectable plane in the last few years, and Mr. Hargreaves was such a modest and well-mannered person, that Mrs. Vardeman could find no objection to enrolling him upon her list of boarders. At the theatre Hargreaves was known as an all-round dialect comedian, having a large repertoire of German, Irish, Swede, and black-face specialties. But Mr. Hargreaves was ambitious, and often spoke of his great desire to succeed in legitimate comedy. This young man appeared to conceive a strong fancy for Major Talbot. Whenever that gentleman would begin his southern reminiscences, or repeat some of the liveliest of the anecdotes, Hargreaves could always be found the most attentive among his listeners. For a time the Major showed an inclination to discourage the advances of the play-actor, as he privately termed him, but soon the young man's agreeable manner and indubitable appreciation of the old gentleman's stories completely won him over. It was not long before the two were like old chums. The Major set apart each afternoon to read to him the manuscript of his book. During the anecdotes Hargreaves never failed to laugh at exactly the right point. The Major was moved to declare to Miss Lydia one day that young Hargreaves possessed remarkable perception and a gratifying respect for the old regime, and when it came to talking of those old days, if Major Talbot liked to talk, Mr. Hargreaves was entranced to listen. Like almost all old people who talk of the past, the Major loved to linger over details. In describing the splendid, almost royal days of the old planters, he would hesitate until he had recalled the name of the negro who held his horse, or the exact date of certain minor happenings, or the number of bales of cotton raised in such a year. But Hargreaves never grew impatient or lost interest. On the contrary, he would advance questions on a variety of subjects connected with the life of that time, and he never failed to extract ready replies. The fox hunts, the possum suppers, the hoedowns and jubilees in the negro quarters, the banquets in the plantation house hall, when invitations went for 50 miles around, the occasional feuds with the neighboring gentry, the Major's duel with Rathbone Culbertson about Kitty Chalmers, who afterward married a Thwaite of South Carolina, and private yacht races for fabulous sums on Mobile Bay, the quaint beliefs, improvident habits, and loyal virtues of the old slaves, all these were subjects that held both the Major and Hargreaves absorbed for hours at a time. Sometimes at night, when the young man would be coming upstairs to his room after his turn at the theatre was over, the Major would appear at the door of his study and beckon archly to him. Going in, Hargreaves would find a little table set with a decanter, sugar bowl, fruit, and a big bunch of fresh green mint. "It occurred to me," the Major would begin, he was always ceremonious, "that perhaps you might have found your duties at your place of occupation sufficiently arduous to enable you, Mr. Hargreaves, to appreciate what the poet might well have had in his mind when he wrote 'Tired Nature's Sweet Restore,' one of our southern juleps." It was a fascination to Hargreaves to watch him make it. He took rank among artists when he began, and he never varied the process. With what delicacy he bruised the mint, with what exquisite nicety he estimated the ingredients, with what solicitous care he capped the compound with the scarlet fruit glowing against the dark green fringe, and then the hospitality and grace with which he offered it, after the selected oat straws had been plunged into its tinkling depths. After about 4 months in Washington, Miss Lydia discovered one morning that they were almost without money. The Anecdotes and Reminiscences was completed, but publishers had not jumped at the collected gems of Alabama sense and wit. The rental of a small house which they still owned in Mobile was 2 months in arrears. Their board money for the month would be due in 3 days. Miss Lydia called her father to a consultation. "No money?" said he, with a surprised look. "It is quite annoying to be called on so frequently for these petty sums. Really, The Major searched his pockets. He found only a $2 bill, which he returned to his vest pocket. "I must attend to this at once, Lydia," he said. "Kindly get my umbrella, and I will go downtown immediately. The congressman from our district, General Fulgham, assured me some days ago that he would use his influence to get my book published at an early date. I will go to his hotel at once and see what arrangement has been made." With a sad little smile, Miss Lydia watched him button his Father Hubbard and depart, pausing at the door, as he always did, to bow profoundly. That evening at dark he returned. It seemed that Congressman Fulgham had seen the publisher who had the Major's manuscript for reading. That person had said that if the anecdotes and so on were carefully pruned down about one half, in order to eliminate the sectional and class prejudice with which the book was dyed from end to end, he might consider its publication. The Major was in white heat of anger, but regained his equanimity according to his code of manners as soon as he was in Miss Lydia's presence. "We must have money," said Miss Lydia, with a little wrinkle above her nose. "Give me the $2, and I will telegraph to Uncle Ralph for some tonight." The Major drew a small envelope from his upper vest pocket and tossed it on the table. "Perhaps it was injudicious," he said mildly, "but the sum was so merely nominal that I bought tickets to the theater tonight. It's a new war drama, Lydia. I thought you would be pleased to witness its first production in Washington. I am told that the South has very fair treatment in the play. I confess I should like to see the performance myself." Miss Lydia threw up her hands in silent despair. Still, as the tickets were bought, they might as well be used. So that evening, as they sat in the theater listening to the lively overture, even Miss Lydia was minded to relegate their troubles, for the hour, to second place. The Major, in spotless linen, with his extraordinary coat showing only where it was closely buttoned, and his white hair smoothly roached, looked really fine and distinguished. The curtain went up on the first act of A Magnolia Flower, revealing a typical Southern plantation scene. Major Talbot betrayed some interest. "Oh, see!" exclaimed Miss Lydia, nudging his arm and pointing to her program. The Major put on his glasses and read the line in the cast of characters that her fingers indicated. "Colonel Webster Calhoun, Mr. Hopkins Hargreaves." "It's our Mr. Hargreaves," said Miss Lydia. "It must be his first appearance in what he calls the legitimate. I'm so glad for him." Not until the second act did Colonel Webster Calhoun appear upon the stage. When he made his entry, Major Talbot gave an audible sniff, glared at him, and seemed to freeze solid. Miss Lydia uttered a little ambiguous squeak, and crumpled her program in her hand. For Colonel Calhoun was made up as nearly resembling Major Talbot as one pea does another. The long, thin white hair, curly at the ends, the aristocratic beak of a nose, the crumpled, wide, raveling shirt front, the string tie with the bow nearly under one ear, were almost exactly duplicated. And then, to clinch the imitation, he wore the twin to the Major's supposed to be unparalleled coat. High-collared, baggy, empire-waisted, ample-skirted, hanging a foot lower in front than behind, the garment could have been designed from no other pattern. From then on, the Major and Miss Lydia sat bewitched, and saw the counterfeit presentment of a haughty Talbot dragged, as the Major afterward expressed it, through the slanderous mire of a corrupt stage. Mr. Hargreaves had used his opportunities well. He had caught the Major's little idiosyncrasies of speech, accent, and intonation, and his pompous courtliness to perfection, exaggerating all to the purpose of the stage. When he performed that marvelous bow that the Major fondly imagined to be the pink of all salutations, the audience sent forth a sudden round of hearty applause. Miss Lydia sat immovable, not daring to glance toward her father. Sometimes her hand next to him would be laid against her cheek, as if to conceal the smile which, in spite of her disapproval, she could not entirely suppress. The culmination of Hargreaves' audacious imitation took place in the third act. The scene is where Colonel Calhoun entertains a few of the neighboring planters in his den. Standing at a table in the center of the stage, with his friends grouped about him, he delivers that inimitable rambling character monologue so famous in A Magnolia Flower, at the same time that he deftly makes juleps for the party. Major Talbot, sitting quietly but white with indignation, heard his best stories retold, his pet theories and hobbies advanced and expanded, and the dream of the anecdotes and reminiscences served, exaggerated and garbled. His favorite narrative, that of his duel with Rathbone Culbertson, was not omitted, and it was delivered with more fire, egotism, and gusto than the Major himself put into it. The monologue concluded with a quaint, delicious, witty little lecture on the art of concocting a julep, illustrated by the act. Here Major Talbot's delicate but showy science was reproduced to a hair's breadth, from his dainty handling of the fragrant weed, the 1,000th part of a grain too much pressure, gentlemen, and you extract the bitterness instead of the aroma of this heaven-bestowed plant, to his solicitous selection of the oaten straws. At the close of the scene, the audience raised a tumultuous roar of appreciation. The portrayal of the type was so exact, so sure and thorough, that the leading characters in the play were forgotten. After repeated calls, Hargreaves came before the curtain and bowed, his rather boyish face bright and flushed with the knowledge of success. At last Miss Lydia turned and looked at the Major. His thin nostrils were working like the gills of a fish. He laid both shaking hands upon the arms of his chair to rise. "We will go, Lydia," he said chokingly. "This is an abominable desecration." Before he could rise, she pulled him back into his seat. "We will stay it out," she declared. "Do you want to advertise the copy by exhibiting the original coat?" So they remained to the end. Hargreaves' success must have kept him up late that night, for neither at the breakfast nor at the dinner table did he appear. About 3 in the afternoon he tapped at the door of Major Talbot's study. The Major opened it, and Hargreaves walked in with his hands full of the morning papers, too full of his triumph to notice anything unusual in the Major's demeanor. "I put it all over him last night, Major," he began exultantly. "I had my inning, and I think scored. Here's what the Post says. His conception and portrayal of the old-time Southern colonel, with his absurd grandiloquence, his eccentric garb, his quaint idioms and phrases, his moth-eaten pride of family, and his really kind heart, fastidious sense of honor, and lovable simplicity, is the best delineation of a character role on the boards today. The coat worn by Colonel Calhoun is itself nothing less than an evolution of genius. Mr. Hargreaves has captured his public. How does that sound, Major, for a first nighter?" "I had the honor," the Major's voice sounded ominously frigid, "of witnessing your remarkable performance, sir, last night." Hargreaves looked disconcerted. "You were there? I didn't know you cared for the theater." "Oh, I say, Major Talbot," he exclaimed frankly, "don't you be offended. I admit I did get a lot of pointers from you that helped me out wonderfully in the part, but it's a type, you know, not individual. The way the audience caught on shows that. Half the patrons of that theater are Southerners. They recognized it." "Mr. Hargreaves," said the Major, who had remained standing, "you have put upon me an unpardonable insult. You have burlesqued my person grossly, betrayed my confidence, and misused my hospitality. If I thought you possessed the faintest conception of what is the sign manual of a gentleman, or what is due one, I would call you out, sir, old as I am. I will ask you to leave the room, sir." The actor appeared to be slightly bewildered, and seemed hardly to take in the full meaning of the old gentleman's words. "I am truly sorry you took offense," he said regretfully. "Up here we don't look at things just as you people do. I know men who would buy out half the house to have their personality put on the stage so the public would recognize it. "They are not from Alabama, sir," said the Major haughtily. "Perhaps not. I have a pretty good memory, Major. Let me quote a few lines from your book. In response to a toast at a banquet given in Milledgeville, I believe you uttered and intend to have printed these words: 'The Northern man is utterly without sentiment or warmth, except in so far as the feelings may be turned to his own commercial profit. He will suffer without resentment any imputation cast upon the honor of himself or his loved ones that does not bear with it the consequences of pecuniary loss. In his charity he gives with a liberal hand, but it must be heralded with the trumpet and chronicled in brass.' Do you think that picture is fairer than the one you saw of Colonel Calhoun last night?" "The description," said the Major, frowning, "is not without grounds. Some latitude must be allowed in public speaking." "And in public acting," replied Hargreaves. "That is not the point," persisted the Major, unrelenting. "It was a personal caricature. I positively decline to overlook it, sir." "Major Talbot," said Hargreaves, with a winning smile, "I wish you would understand me. I want you to know that I never dreamed of insulting you. In my profession all life belongs to me. I take what I want and what I can, and return it over the footlights. Now, if you will, let's let it go at that. I came in to see you about something else. We've been pretty good friends for some months, and I'm going to take the risk of offending you again. I know you are hard up for money. Never mind how I found out. A boarding house is no place to keep such matters secret. And I want you to let me help you out of the pinch. I've been there often enough myself. I've been getting a fair salary all the season, and I've saved some money. You're welcome to a couple hundred, or even more, until you get—" "Stop!" commanded the Major, with his arm outstretched. "It seems that my book didn't lie, after all. You think your money salve will heal all the hurts of honor. Under no circumstances would I accept a loan from a casual acquaintance. And as to you, sir, I would starve before I would consider your insulting offer of a financial adjustment of the circumstances we have discussed. I beg to repeat my request relative to your quitting the apartment." Hargreaves took his departure without another word. He also left the house the same day, moving, as Miss Vardeman explained at the supper table, nearer the vicinity of the downtown theater, where a Magnolia Flower was booked for a week's run. Critical was the situation with Major Talbot and Miss Lydia. There was no one in Washington to whom the Major's scruples allowed him to apply for a loan. Miss Lydia wrote a letter to Uncle Ralph, but it was doubtful whether that relative's constricted affairs would permit him to furnish help. The Major was forced to make an apologetic address to Mrs. Vardeman regarding the delayed payment for board, referring to delinquent rentals and delayed remittances in a rather confused strain. Deliverance came from an entirely unexpected source. Late one afternoon the doormaid came up and announced an old colored man who wanted to see Major Talbot. The Major asked that he be sent up to his study. Soon an old darky appeared in the doorway with his hat in hand, bowing and scraping with one clumsy foot. He was quite decently dressed in a baggy suit of black. His big, coarse shoes shone with a metallic luster suggestive of stove polish. His bushy wool was gray, almost white. After middle life, it is difficult to estimate the age of a Negro. This one might have seen as many years as had Major Talbot. "I be bound you don't know me, Mars Pendleton," were his first words. The Major rose and came forward at the old, familiar style of address. It was one of the old plantation darkies, without a doubt, but they had been widely scattered, and he could not recall the voice or face. "I don't believe I do," he said kindly, "unless you will assist my memory. Don't you 'member Cindy's Mose, Mars Pendleton, what migrated immediately after the war?" "Wait a moment," said the Major, rubbing his forehead with the tips of his fingers. He loved to recall everything connected with those beloved days. "Cindy's Mose," he reflected. you worked among the horses, breaking the colts. Yes, I remember now. After the surrender, you took the name of, don't prompt me, Mitchell, and went to the west, to Nebraska. Yes, sir, yes, sir. The old man's face stretched with a delighted grin. That's him, that's it. Nebraska. That's me, Mose Mitchell. Old Uncle Mose Mitchell, they calls me now. Old Mars, your pa give me a paw of dem mule colts when I left for to stop me goin' with. You 'member dem colts, Mars Pendleton? I don't seem to recall the colts, said the Major. You know, I was married the first year of the war, and living at the old Follinsby place. But sit down, Uncle Mose. I'm glad to see you. I hope you have prospered. Uncle Mose took a chair and laid his hat carefully on the floor beside it. Yes, sir, of late I done mighty famous. When I first got to Nebraska, the folks come all round me to see dem mule colts. They ain't see no mule like dem in Nebraska. I sold them mules for $300. Yes, sir, 300. Then I opened a blacksmith shop, sir, and made some money and bought some land. Me and my old woman done raised up 7 children, and all doing well, 'cept 2 of 'em what died. 4 year ago a railroad come along and started town slam against my land, and Sir Mars Pendleton, Uncle Mose am worth $11,000 in money, property, and land. I'm glad to hear it, said the Major heartily. Glad to hear it. And that little baby of yourn, Mars Pendleton, one what you name Miss Liddy, I be bound that little tad done growed up till nobody wouldn't know her. The Major stepped to the door and called, Liddy, dear, will you come? Miss Lydia, looking quite grown up and a little worried, came in from her room. Dar now, what I tell ya, I knowed dat baby done be plumb growed up. You don't 'member Uncle Mose, child? This is Aunt Cindy's Mose, Lydia, explained the Major. He left Sunnymead for the West when you were 2 years old. Well, said Miss Lydia, I can hardly be expected to remember you, Uncle Mose, at that age. And as you say, I'm plumb growed up, and was a blessed long time ago. But I'm glad to see you, even if I can't remember you. And she was, and so was the Major. Something alive and tangible had come to link them with the happy past. The three sat and talked over the olden times, the Major and Uncle Mose correcting or prompting each other as they reviewed the plantation scenes and days. The Major inquired what the old man was doing so far from his home. Uncle Mose am a delegate, he explained, to the Grand Baptist Convention in this city. I never preached none, but being a residing elder in the church, and able for to pay my own expenses, they sent me along. And how did you know we were in Washington? Inquired Miss Lydia. There's a colored man works in the hotel where I stops, what comes from Mobile. He told me he seen Mars Pendleton comin' out in this here house one mornin'. What I come for, continued Uncle Mose, reaching into his pocket, beside the side of home folks, was to pay Mars Pendleton what I owes him. Yes, sir, $300. He handed the Major a roll of bills. When I left, old Mars says, take them mule colts, Mose, and if it be so you gets able, pay for 'em. Yes, sir, them was his words. The war had done left old Mars po hisself. Old Mars being long ago dead, the debt descends to Mars Pendleton. $300, Uncle Mose, is plenty able to pay now. When that railroad buy my land, I laid off to pay for them mules. Count the money, Mars Pendleton. That's what I sold them mules for. Yes, sir. Tears were in Major Talbot's eyes. He took Uncle Mose's hand and laid his other upon his shoulder. Dear, faithful old servitor, he said in an unsteady voice, I don't mind saying to you that Mars Pendleton spent his last dollar in the world a week ago. We will accept this money, Uncle Mose, since, in a way, it is a sort of payment, as well as a token of the loyalty and devotion of the old regime. Lydia, my dear, take the money. You are better fitted than I to manage its expenditure. Take it, honey, said Uncle Mose. It belongs to you. It's Talbot money. After Uncle Mose had gone, Miss Lydia had a good cry for joy, and the Major turned his face to a corner and smoked his clay pipe volcanically. The succeeding days saw the Talbots restored to peace and ease. Miss Lydia's face lost its worried look. The Major appeared in a new frock coat, in which he looked like a wax figure personifying the memory of his golden age. Another publisher, who read the manuscript of the Anecdotes and Reminiscences, thought that, with a little retouching and toning down of the highlights, he could make a really bright and saleable volume of it. Altogether the situation was comfortable, and not without the touch of hope that is often sweeter than arrived blessings. One day, about a week after their piece of good luck, a maid brought a letter for Miss Lydia to her room. The postmark showed that it was from New York. Not knowing anyone there, Miss Lydia, in a mild flutter of wonder, sat down by her table and opened the letter with her scissors. This was what she read: "Dear Miss Talbot, I thought you might be glad to learn of my good fortune. I have received and accepted an offer of $200 per week by a New York stock company to play Colonel Calhoun in a Magnolia Flower. There is something else I wanted you to know. I guess you'd better not tell Major Talbot. I was anxious to make him some amends for the great help he was to me in studying the part, and for the bad humor he was in about it. He refused to let me, so I did it anyhow. I could easily spare the 300. Sincerely yours, E. Hopkins Hargreaves. P.S. How did I play Uncle Mose?" Major Talbot, passing through the hall, saw Miss Lydia's door open and stopped. "Any mail for us this morning, Lydia, dear?" he asked. Miss Lydia slid the letter beneath a fold of her dress. "The Mobile Chronicle came," she said promptly. "It's on the table in your study." End of the Duplicity of Hargreaves. Elder Brown's Backslide by Harry Stillwell Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. Elder Brown's Backslide by Harry Stillwell Edwards. Elder Brown told his wife good-bye at the farmhouse door as mechanically as though his proposed trip to Macon, 10 miles away, was an everyday affair, while, as a matter of fact, many years had elapsed since, unaccompanied, he set foot in the city. He did not kiss her. Many very good men never kiss their wives. But small blame attaches to the elder for his omission on this occasion, since his wife had long ago discouraged all amorous demonstrations on the part of her liege lord, and at this particular moment was filling the parting moments with a rattling list of directions concerning thread, buttons, hooks, needles, and all the many et ceteras of an industrious housewife's basket. The elder was laboriously assorting these postscript commissions in his memory, well knowing that to return with any one of them neglected would cause trouble in the family circle. Elder Brown mounted his patient steed that stood sleepily motionless in the warm sunlight, with his great pointed ears displayed to the right and left, as though their owner had grown tired of the life burden their weight inflicted upon him, and was, old soldier fashion, ready to forego the once rigid alertness of early training for the pleasures of frequent rest on arms. "And, Elder, don't you forget them caliker scraps, or you'll be wantin' kiver soon, and no kiver will be a-comin'." Elder Brown did not turn his head, but merely let the whip hand, which had been checked in its backward motion, fall as he answered mechanically. The beast he bestrode responded with a rapid whisking of its tail and a great show of effort as it ambled off down the sandy road, the rider's long legs seeming now and then to touch the ground. But as the zigzag panels of the rail fence crept behind him, and he felt the freedom of the morning beginning to act upon his well-trained blood, the mechanical manner of the old man's mind gave place to a mild exuberance. A weight seemed to be lifting from it ounce by ounce as the fence panels, the weedy corners, the persimmon sprouts and sassafras bushes crept away behind him, so that by the time a mile lay between him and the life partner of his joys and sorrows, he was in a reasonably contented frame of mind, and still improving. It was a queer figure that crept along the road that cheery May morning. It was tall and gaunt, and had been for 30 years or more. The long head, bald on top, covered behind with iron gray hair, and in front with a short tangled growth that curled and kinked in every direction, was surmounted by an old-fashioned stovepipe hat, worn and stained, but eminently impressive. An old-fashioned Henry Clay cloth coat, stained and threadbare, divided itself impartially over the donkey's back and dangled on his sides. This was all that remained of the elder's wedding suit of 40 years ago. Only constant care and use of late years, limited to extra occasions, had preserved it so long. The trousers had soon parted company with their friends. The substitutes were red jeans, which, while they did not well match his court costume, were better able to withstand the old man's abuse, for if, in addition to his frequent religious excursions astride his beast, there ever was a man who was fond of sitting down with his feet higher than his head, it was this self-same Elder Brown. The morning expanded, and the old man expanded with it, for while a vigorous leader in his church, the elder at home was, it must be admitted, an uncomplaining slave. To the intense astonishment of the beast he rode, there came new vigor into the whacks which fell upon his flanks, and the beast allowed astonishment to surprise him into real life and decided motion. Somewhere in the elder's expanding soul a tune had begun to ring. Possibly he took up the far, faint tune that came from the straggling gang of negroes away off in the field, as they slowly chopped amid the thread-like rows of cotton plants which lined the level ground, for the melody he hummed softly and then sang strongly, in the quavering, catchy tones of a good old country churchman, was, "I'm glad salvation's free." It was during the singing of this hymn that Elder Brown's regular motion-inspiring strokes were for the first time varied. He began to hold his hickory up at certain pauses in the melody, and beat the changes upon the sides of his astonished steed. The chorus under this arrangement was, "I'm glad salvation's free, I'm glad salvation's free, I'm glad salvation's free for all, I'm glad salvation's free." Wherever there is an italic, the hickory descended. It fell about as regularly and after the fashion of the stick beating upon the bass drum during a funeral march. But the beast, although convinced that something serious was impending, did not consider a funeral march appropriate for the occasion. He protested, at first, with vigorous whiskings of his tail and a rapid shifting of his ears. Finding these demonstrations unavailing, and convinced that some urgent cause for hurry had suddenly invaded the elder's serenity, as it had his own, he began to cover the ground with frantic leaps that would have surprised his owner could he have realized what was going on. But Elder Brown's eyes were half closed, and he was singing at the top of his voice, lost in a trance of divine exaltation, for he felt the effects of the invigorating motion, bent only on making the air ring with the lines which he dimly imagined were drawing upon him the eyes of the whole female congregation. He was supremely unconscious that his beast was hurrying. And thus the excursion proceeded, until suddenly a shote, surprised in his calm search for roots in a fence corner, darted into the road, and stood for an instant gazing upon the newcomers with that idiotic stare which only a pig can imitate. The sudden appearance of this unlooked-for apparition acted strongly upon the donkey. With one supreme effort he collected himself into a motionless mass of matter, bracing his front legs wide apart, that is to say, he stopped short. There he stood, returning the pig's idiotic stare with an interest which must have led to the presumption that never before in all his varied life had he seen such a singular little creature. End over end went the man of prayer, finally bringing up full length in the sand, striking just as he should have shouted "Free!" for the fourth time in his glorious chorus. Fully convinced that his alarm had been well founded, the shote sped out from under the gigantic missile hurled at him by the donkey, and scampered down the road, turning first one ear and then the other to detect any sounds of pursuit. The donkey, also convinced that the object before which he had halted was supernatural, started back violently upon seeing it apparently turn to a man. But seeing that it had turned to nothing but a man, he wandered up into the deserted fence corner and began to nibble refreshment from a scrub oak. For a moment the elder gazed up into the sky, half impressed with the idea that the camp-meeting platform had given way. But the truth forced its way to the front in his disordered understanding at last, and with painful dignity he staggered into an upright position and regained his beaver. He was shocked again. Never before in all the long years it had served him had he seen it in such shape. The truth is, Elder Brown had never before tried to stand on his head in it. As calmly as possible he began to straighten it out, caring but little for the dust upon his garments. The beaver was his special crown of dignity. To lose it was to be reduced to a level with the common woolhat herd. He did his best, pulling, pressing, and pushing, but the hat did not look natural when he had finished. It seemed to have been laid off into counties, sections, and town lots. Like a well-cut jewel, it had a face for him, view it from whatever point he chose, a quality which so impressed him that a lump gathered in his throat and his eyes winked vigorously. Elder Brown was not, however, a man for tears. He was a man of action. The sudden vision which met his wandering gaze, the donkey calmly chewing scrub buds, with the green juice already oozing from the corners of his frothy mouth, acted upon him like magic. He was, after all, only human, and when he got hands upon a piece of brush, he thrashed the poor beast until it seemed as though even its already half-tanned hide would be eternally ruined. Thoroughly exhausted at last, he wearily straddled his saddle, and with his chin upon his breast, resumed the early morning tenor of his way. "Good morning, sir." Elder Brown leaned over the little pine picket which divided the bookkeeper's department of a Macon warehouse from the room in general, and surveyed the well-dressed back of a gentleman who was busily figuring at a desk within. The apartment was carpetless, and the dust of a decade lay deep on the old books, shelves, and the familiar advertisements of guano and fertilizers which decorated the room. An old stove, rusty with the nicotine contributed by farmers during the previous season while waiting by its glowing sides for their cotton to be sold, stood straight up in a bed of sand, and festoons of cobwebs clung to the upper sashes of the murky windows. The lower sash of one window had been raised, and in the yard without, nearly an acre in extent, lay a few bales of cotton, with jagged holes in their ends, just as the sampler had left them. Elder Brown had time to notice all these familiar points, for the figure at the desk kept serenely at its task, and deigned no reply. "Good morning, sir," said Elder Brown again, in his most dignified tones. "Is Mr. Thomas in?" "Good morning, sir," said the figure. "I'll wait on you in a minute." The minute passed, and four more joined it. Then the desk man turned. "Well, sir, what can I do for you?" The elder was not in the best of humor when he arrived, and his state of mind had not improved. He waited full a minute as he surveyed the man of business. "I thought I might be able to make some arrangements with you to get some money, but I reckon I was mistaken." The warehouse man came nearer. "This is Mr. Brown, I believe? I did not recognize you at once. You are not in often to see us." "No, my wife usually tends to the town business, while I run the church and farm. Got a fall from my donkey this morning," he said, noticing a quizzical, interrogating look upon the face before him, "and fell squar on the hat." He made a pretense of smoothing it. The man of business had already lost interest. "How much money will you want, Mr. Brown?" "Well, about $700," said the elder, replacing his hat, and turning a furtive look upon the warehouse man. The other was tapping with his pencil upon the little shelf lying across the rail. "I can get you 500." "But I orter have 7." "Can't arrange for that amount. Wait till later in the season and come again. Money is very tight now. How much cotton will you raise?" "Well, I count on 100 bales. And you can't get the $700? Like to oblige you, but can't right now. We'll fix it for you later on." "Well," said the elder, slowly, "fix up the papers for 5, and I'll make it go as far as possible." The papers were drawn, a note was made out for $552.50, for the interest was at 1.5% for 7 months, and a mortgage on 10 mules belonging to the elder was drawn and signed. The elder then promised to send his cotton to the warehouse to be sold in the fall, and with a curt "Anything else?" and a "Thankee, that's all," the two parted. Elder Brown now made an effort to recall the supplemental commissions shouted to him upon his departure, intending to execute them first, and then take his written list item by item. His mental resolves had just reached this point when a new thought made itself known. Passers-by were puzzled to see the old man suddenly snatch his headpiece off and peer with an intent and awestruck air into its irregular caverns. Some of them were shocked when he suddenly and vigorously ejaculated, "Anna Maria Gemini! Gold, darn and blue blazes!" He had suddenly remembered having placed his memoranda in that hat, and as he studied its empty depths, his mind pictured the important scrap fluttering along the sandy scene of his early morning tumble. It was this that caused him to graze an oath with less margin than he had allowed himself in 20 years. What would the old lady say? Alas, Elder Brown knew too well. What she would not say was what puzzled him. But as he stood bareheaded in the sunlight, a sense of utter desolation came and dwelt with him. His eye rested upon sleeping Balaam anchored to a post in the street, and so as he recalled the treachery that lay at the base of all his affliction, gloom was added to the desolation. To turn back and search for the lost paper would have been worse than useless. Only one course was open to him, and at it went the leader of his people. He called at the grocery. He invaded the recesses of the dry goods establishments. He ransacked the hardware stores, and wherever he went he made life a burden for the clerks, overhauling showcases and pulling down whole shelves of stock. Occasionally an item of his memoranda would come to light, and thrusting his hand into his capacious pocket, where lay the proceeds of his check, he would pay for it upon the spot, and insist upon having it rolled up. To the suggestion of the slave whom he had in charge for the time being, that the articles be laid aside until he had finished, he would not listen. "Now you look here, sonny," he said in the dry goods store. "I'm conducting this revival, and I don't need no help in my line. Just you tie them stockin's up and lemme have 'em. Then I know I've got 'em." As each purchase was promptly paid for and change had to be secured, the clerk earned his salary for that day at least. So it was when, near the heat of the day, the good man arrived at the drug store, the last and only unvisited division of trade. He made his appearance equipped with half a hundred packages, which nestled in his arms and bulged out about the sections of his clothing that boasted of pockets. As he deposited his deck load upon the counter, great drops of perspiration rolled down his face and over his waterlogged collar to the floor. There was something exquisitely refreshing in the great glasses of foaming soda that a spruce young man was drawing from a marble fountain, above which half a dozen polar bears in an ambitious print were disporting themselves. There came a break in the run of customers, and the spruce young man, having swept the foam from the marble, dexterously lifted a glass from the revolving rack which had rinsed it with a fierce little stream of water, and asked mechanically, as he caught the intense look of the perspiring elder, "What syrup, sir?" Now it had not occurred to the elder to drink soda, but the suggestion, coming as it did in his exhausted state, was overpowering. He drew near awkwardly, put on his glasses, and examined the list of syrups with great care. The young man, being for the moment at leisure, surveyed critically the gaunt figure, the faded bandana, the antique clawhammer coat, and the battered stovepipe hat, with a gradually relaxing countenance. He even called the prescription clerk's attention by a cough and a quick jerk of the thumb. The prescription clerk smiled freely, and continued his assaults upon a piece of blue mass. "I reckon," said the elder, resting his hands upon his knees and bending down to the list, "you may give me sarsaparilla and a little strawberry. Sarsaparilla good for the blood this time of year, and strawberry's good any time." The spruce young man let the syrup stream into the glass as he smiled affably. Thinking perhaps to draw out the odd character, he ventured upon a jest himself, repeating a pun invented by the man who made the first soda fountain. With a sweep of his arm he cleared away the swarm of insects as he remarked, "People who like a fly in theirs are easily accommodated." It was from sheer good nature only that Elder Brown replied with his usual broad, social smile, "Well, a fly now and then don't hurt nobody." Now, if there's anybody in the world who prides himself on knowing a thing or two, it is the spruce young man who presides over a soda fountain. This particular young gentleman did not even deem a reply necessary. He vanished an instant, and when he returned, a close observer might have seen that the mixture in the glass he bore had slightly changed color and increased in quantity, but the elder saw only the whizzing stream of water dart into its center, and the rosy foam rise and tremble on the glass's rim. The next instant he was holding his breath and sipping the cooling drink. As Elder Brown paid his small score, he was at peace with the world. I firmly believe that when he had finished his trading and the little blue string packages had been stored away, could the poor donkey have made his appearance at the door and gazed with his meek, fawn-like eyes into his master's, he would have obtained full and free forgiveness. Elder Brown paused at the door as he was about to leave. A rosy-cheeked schoolgirl was just lifting a creamy mixture to her lips before the fountain. It was a pretty picture, and he turned back, resolved to indulge in one more glass of the delightful beverage before beginning his long ride homeward. "Fix it up again, sonny," he said, renewing his broad, confiding smile, as the spruce young man poised a glass inquiringly. The living automaton went through the same motions as before, and again Elder Brown quaffed the fatal mixture. What a singular power is habit! Up to this time Elder Brown had been entirely innocent of transgression, but with the old alcoholic fire in his veins, 20 years dropped from his shoulders, and a feeling came over him familiar to every man who has been in his cups. As a matter of fact, the elder would have been a confirmed drunkard 20 years before, had his wife been less strong-minded. She took the reins into her own hands, when she found that his business and strong drink did not mix well, worked him into the church, sustained his resolutions by making it difficult and dangerous for him to get to his toddy. She became the business head of the family, and he the spiritual. Only at rare intervals did he ever backslide during the 20 years of the new era, and Mrs. Brown herself used to say that the sugar in his'n turned to gall before the backslide ended. People who knew her never doubted it. But Elder Brown's sin during the remainder of the day contained an element of responsibility. As he moved majestically down toward where Balaam slept in the sunlight, he felt no fatigue. There was a glow upon his cheekbones and a faint tinge upon his prominent nose. He nodded familiarly to people as he met them, and saw not the look of amusement which succeeded astonishment upon the various faces. When he reached the neighborhood of Balaam, it suddenly occurred to him that he might have forgotten some one of his numerous commissions, and he paused to think. Then a brilliant idea rose in his mind. He would forestall blame and disarm anger with kindness. He would purchase Hannah a bonnet. What woman's heart ever failed to soften at sight of a new bonnet? As I have stated, the elder was a man of action. He entered a store near at hand. "Good morning," said an affable gentleman with a Hebrew countenance, approaching. "Good morning, good morning," said the elder, piling his bundles on the counter. "I hope you're well." Elder Brown extended his hand fervidly. "Quite well, I thank you. What—" "And the little wife?" said Elder Brown, affectionately retaining the Jew's hand. "Quite well, sir." "And the little ones? Quite well, I hope, too?" "Yes, sir, all well, thank you. Something I can do for you?" The affable merchant was trying to recall his customer's name. "Not now, not now, thankee. If you please to let my bundles stay until I come back." "Can I show you something? Hat, coat?" "Not now. Be back by and by." Was it chance or fate that brought Elder Brown in front of a bar? The glasses shone bright upon the shelves as the swinging door flapped back to let out a coatless clerk, who passed him with a rush, chewing upon a farewell mouthful of brown bread and bologna. Elder Brown beheld for an instant the familiar scene within. The screws of his resolution had been loosened. At sight of the glistening bar, the whole moral structure of 20 years came tumbling down. Mechanically he entered the saloon, and laid a silver quarter upon the bar as he said, "A little whiskey and sugar." The arms of the bartender worked like a faker's in a sideshow as he set out the glass with its little quota of short sweetening, and a cut glass decanter, and sent a half tumbler of water spinning along from the upper end of the bar, with a dime in change. "Whiskey's higher'n it used to be," said Elder Brown, but the bartender was taking another order and did not hear him. Elder Brown stirred away the sugar and let a steady stream of red liquid flow into his glass. He swallowed the drink as unconcernedly as though his morning tod had never been suspended, and pocketed the change. "But it ain't any better than it was," he concluded as he passed out. He did not even seem to realize that he had done anything extraordinary. There was a millinery store up the street, and thither with uncertain step he wended his way, feeling a little more elate, and altogether sociable. A pretty black-eyed girl, struggling to keep down her mirth, came forward and faced him behind the counter. Elder Brown lifted his faded hat with the politeness, if not the grace, of a Castilian, and made a sweeping bow. Again he was in his element, but he did not speak. A shower of odds and ends, small packages, thread, needles, and buttons, released from their prison, rattled down about him. The girl laughed. She could not help it, and the elder, leaning his hand on the counter, laughed too, until several other girls came halfway to the front. Then they, hiding behind counters and suspended cloaks, laughed and snickered until they reconvulsed the elder's vis-a-vis, who had been making desperate efforts to resume her demure appearance. "Let me help you, sir," she said, coming from behind the counter, upon seeing Elder Brown beginning to adjust his spectacles for a search. He waved her back majestically. "No, my dear, no. Can't allow it. You mought sully them purty fingers. No, ma'am, no gentleman'll allow er lady to do such a thing." The elder was gently forcing the girl back to her place. "Leave it to me. I picked up bigger things than them. Picked myself up this morning. Balaam, you don't know Balaam, he's my donkey. He tumbled me over his head in the sand this morning." And Elder Brown had to resume an upright position until his paroxysm of laughter had passed. "You see this old hat?" extending it, half full of packages. "I fell clear inter it, just as clean inter it as them things thar fell out'n it." He laughed again, and so did the girls. "But, my dear, I whaled half the hide off'n him for it." "Oh, sir, how could you? Indeed, sir, I think you did wrong. The poor brute did not know what he was doing, I dare say, and probably he has been a faithful friend." The girl cast her mischievous eyes towards her companions, who snickered again. The old man was not conscious of the sarcasm. He only saw reproach. His face straightened, and he regarded the girl soberly. "Maybe you're right, my dear. Maybe I oughtn't." "I am sure of it," said the girl. "But now don't you want to buy a bonnet or a cloak to carry home to your wife?" "Well, you're whistling now, Bertie. That's my intention. Set 'em all out." Again the elder's face shone with delight. "And I don't want no one-hoss bonnet neither." "Of course not. Now here is one. Pink silk with delicate pale blue feathers. Just the thing for the season. We have nothing more elegant in stock." Elder Brown held it out, upside down, at arm's length. "Well, now, that's Southern-like. Will it suit a sorter red-headed woman?" A perfectly sober man would have said the girl's corsets must have undergone a terrible strain, but the elder did not notice her dumb convulsion. She answered heroically, "Perfectly, sir. It is an exquisite match." "I think you're whistling again. Nancy's head's red as a woodpeck's. Sorrel's only halfway to the color of her top knot, and it do seem like red oughter to suit red. Nancy's red, and the hat's red, like goes with like, and birds of a feather flock together." The old man laughed until his cheeks were wet. The girl, beginning to feel a little uneasy, and seeing a customer entering, rapidly fixed up the bonnet, took $15 out of a $20 bill, and calmly asked the elder if he wanted anything else. He thrust his change somewhere into his clothes and beat a retreat. It had occurred to him that he was nearly drunk. Elder Brown's step began to lose its buoyancy. He found himself utterly unable to walk straight. There was an uncertain straddle in his gait that carried him from one side of the walk to the other, and caused people whom he met to cheerfully yield him plenty of room. Balaam saw him coming. Poor Balaam! He had made an early start that day, and for hours he stood in the sun awaiting relief. When he opened his sleepy eyes and raised his expressive ears to a position of attention, the old familiar coat and battered hat of the elder were before him. He lifted up his honest voice and cried aloud for joy. The effect was electrical for one instant. Elder Brown surveyed the beast with horror, but again in his understanding there rang out the trumpet words: "Drum, drum, drum, dunder." He stooped instinctively for a missile with which to smite his accuser, but brought up suddenly with a jerk and a handful of sand. Straightening himself up with a majestic dignity, he extended his right hand impressively. "You're a gol darn liar, Balaam, and blast your old buttons, you can walk home by yourself, for I'm danged if you shall ride me ere step." Surely Coriolanus never turned his back upon Rome with a grander dignity than sat upon the old man's form as he faced about and left the brute to survey with anxious eyes the new departure of his master. He saw the elder zigzag along the street, and beheld him about to turn a friendly corner. Once more he lifted up his mighty voice. Once more the elder turned with lifted hand and shouted back, "You're a liar, Balaam! Gol darn you, you're a infamous liar!" Then he passed from view. Mrs. Brown stood upon the steps, anxiously awaiting the return of her liege lord. She knew he had with him a large sum of money, or should have, and she knew also that he was a man without business methods. She had long since repented of the decision which sent him to town. When the old battered hat and flower-covered coat loomed up in the gloaming and confronted her, she stared with terror. The next instant she had seized him. "For the Lord's sake, Elder Brown, what ails you? As I live, if the man ain't drunk! Elder Brown, Elder Brown, for the life of me can I make you hear, you crazy old hypocrite, you desavin' old sinner, you black-hearted wretch! Where have you been?" The elder made an effort to wave her off. "Woman," he said with grand dignity, "you forget yourself. You know where I've been 's well's I do. Been to town, wife, and see here what I've bought. The finest hat, old woman, I could get. Look at the color. Like goes with like. It's red, and you're red, and it's a dead match. What you mean? Hey, hold on, old woman! You! Hannah, you!" She literally shook him into silence. "You miserable wretch! You low-down drunken sot! What do you mean by coming home and insulting your wife?" Hannah ceased shaking him from pure exhaustion. "Where is it, I say? Where is it?" By this time she was turning his pockets wrong side out. From one she got pills, from another change, from another packages. "The Lord be praised, and this is better luck than I hoped. Oh, Elder, 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 what did you do it for? Why, man, where is Balaam?" Thought of the beast choked off the threatened hysterics. "Balaam? Balaam?" said the elder groggily. "He's in town. The infernal old fool 'sulted me, and I left him to walk home." His wife surveyed him. Really, at that moment, she did think his mind was gone. But the leer upon the old man's face enraged her beyond endurance. "You did you? Well, now I reckon you'll laugh for some cause, you will. Back you go, sir, straight back, and don't you come home 'thout that donkey, or you'll rue it, sure as my name is Hannah Brown. Alec! You, Alec!" A black boy darted round the corner, from behind which, with several others, he had beheld the brief but stirring scene. "Put a saddle on her mule. The elder's going back to town, and don't you be long about it, neither." "Yes'm." Alec's ivories gleamed in the darkness as he disappeared. Elder Brown was soberer at that moment than he had been for hours. "Hannah, you don't mean it." "Yes, sir, I do. Back you go to town, as sure as my name is Hannah Brown." The elder was silent. He had never known his wife to relent on any occasion after she had affirmed her intention, supplemented with "as sure as my name is Hannah Brown." It was her way of swearing. No affidavit would have had half the claim upon her as that simple enunciation. So back to town went Elder Brown, not in the order of the early morn, but silently, moodily, despairingly, surrounded by mental and actual gloom. The old man had turned a last appealing glance upon the angry woman as he mounted with Alec's assistance and sat in the light that streamed from out the kitchen window. She met the glance without a waver. "She means it, as sure as my name is Elder Brown," he said thickly. Then he rode on. To say that Elder Brown suffered on this long journey back to Macon would only mildly outline his experience. His early morning's fall had begun to make itself felt. He was sore and uncomfortable. Besides, his stomach was empty and called for 2 meals it had missed for the first time in years. When, sore and weary, the elder entered the city, the electric light shone above it like jewels in a crown. The city slept, that is, the better portion of it did. Here and there, however, the lower lights flashed out into the night. Moodily the elder pursued his journey, and as he rode, far off in the night there rose and quivered a plaintive cry. Elder Brown smiled wearily. It was Balaam's appeal, and he recognized it. The animal he rode also recognized it and replied, until the silence of the city was destroyed. The odd clamor and confusion drew from a saloon near by a group of noisy youngsters who had been making a night of it. They surrounded Elder Brown as he began to transfer himself to the hungry beast to whose motion he was more accustomed, and in the hail fellow well met style of the day began to bandy jests upon his appearance. Now Elder Brown was not in a jesting humor. Positively he was in the worst humor possible. The result was that before many minutes passed the old man was swinging several of the crowd by their collars and breaking the peace of the city. A policeman approached, and but for the good-humored party upon whom the elder's pluck had made a favorable impression, would have run the old man into the barracks. The crowd, however, drew him laughingly into the saloon and to the bar. The reaction was too much for his half-rallied senses. He yielded again. The reviving liquor passed his lips. Gloom vanished. He became one of the boys. The company into which Elder Brown had fallen was what is known as first class. To such, nothing is so captivating as an adventure out of the common run of accidents. The gaunt countryman, with his battered hat and clawhammer coat, was a prize of an extraordinary nature. They drew him into a rear room, whose gilded frames and polished tables betrayed the character and purpose of the place, and plied him with wine until 10,000 lights danced about him. The fun increased. One youngster made a political speech from the top of the table. Another impersonated Hamlet, and finally Elder Brown was lifted into a chair and sang a camp meeting song. This was rendered by him with startling effect. He stood upright, with his hat jauntily knocked to one side, and his coat tails ornamented with a couple of show bills, kindly pinned on by his admirers. In his left hand he waved the stub of a cigar, and on his back was an admirable representation of Balaam's head, executed by some artist with billiard chalk. As the elder sang his favorite hymn, "I'm glad salvation's free," his stentorian voice awoke the echoes. Most of the company rolled upon the floor in convulsions of laughter. The exhibition came to a close by the chair overturning. Again Elder Brown fell into his beloved hat. He arose and shouted, "Whoa, Balaam!" Again he seized the nearest weapon and sought satisfaction. The young gentleman with political sentiments was knocked under the table, and Hamlet only escaped injury by beating the infuriated elder into the street. What next? Well, I hardly know. How the elder found Balaam is a mystery yet. Not that Balaam was hard to find, but that the old man was in no condition to find anything. Still he did, and climbing laboriously into the saddle, he held on stupidly while the hungry beast struck out for home. Hannah Brown did not sleep that night. Sleep would not come. Hour after hour passed, and her wrath refused to be quelled. She tried every conceivable method, but time hung heavily. It was not quite peep of day, however, when she laid her well-worn family Bible aside. It had been her mother's, and amid all the anxieties and tribulations incident to the life of a woman who had 3 negroes and a miserable husband to manage, it had been her mainstay and comfort. She had frequently read it in anger, page after page, without knowing what was contained in the lines. But eventually the words became intelligible and took meaning. She wrested consolation from it by mere force of will. And so on this occasion, when she closed the book, the fierce anger was gone. She was not a hard woman naturally. Fate had brought her conditions which covered up the woman heart within her, but though it lay deep, it was there still. As she sat with folded hands, her eyes fell upon what? The pink bonnet with the blue plume. It may appear strange to those who do not understand such natures, but to me her next action was perfectly natural. She burst into a convulsive laugh, then, seizing the queer object, bent her face upon it and sobbed hysterically. When the storm was over, very tenderly she laid the gift aside, and bareheaded passed out into the night. For a half hour she stood at the end of the lane, and then hungry Balaam and his master hove in sight. Reaching out her hand, she checked the beast. "William," said she, very gently, "where is the mule?" The elder had been asleep. He woke and gazed upon her blankly. "What mule, Hannah?" "The mule you rode to town." For one full minute the elder studied her face. Then it burst from his lips. "Well, bless me, if I didn't bring Balaam and forget the mule!" The woman laughed till her eyes ran water. "William," said she, "you're drunk." "Hannah," said he, meekly, "I know it. The truth is, Hannah, I—" "Never mind now, William," she said gently. "You're tired and hungry. Come into the house, husband." Leading Balaam, she disappeared down the lane, and when a few minutes later Hannah Brown and her husband entered through the light that streamed out of the open door, her arms were around him and her face upturned to his. End of Elder Brown's Backslide.
Club by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com. The Exiles Club by Lord Dunsany. It was an evening party, and something someone had said to me had started me talking about a subject that is to me full of fascination. The subject of old religions, forsaken gods. The truth, for all religions have some of it, the wisdom, the beauty, of the religions of countries to which I travel, have not the same appeal for me, for one only notices in them their tyranny and intolerance and the abject servitude that they claim from thought. But when a dynasty has been dethroned in heaven, and goes forgotten and outcast even among men, one's eyes, no longer dazzled by its power, find something very wistful in the faces of fallen gods, suppliant to be remembered. Something almost tearfully beautiful, like a long warm summer twilight fading gently away after some day memorable in the story of earthly wars. Between what Zeus, for instance, has been once and the half-remembered tale he is today, there lies a space so great that there is no change of fortune known to man whereby we may measure the height down which he has fallen. And it is the same with many another god, at whom once the ages trembled, and the 20th century treats as an old wives' tale. The fortitude that such a fall demands is surely more than human. Some such things as these I was saying, and being upon a subject that attracts me, I possibly spoke too loudly. Certainly I was not aware that standing close behind me was no less a person than the ex-king of Eretavaria, the 30 Islands of the East, or I would have moderated my voice and moved away a little to give him more room. I was not aware of his presence until his satellite, one who had fallen with him into exile, but still revolved about him, told me that his master desired to know me, and so to my surprise I was presented, though neither of them even knew my name. And that was how I came to be invited by the ex-king to dine at his club. At the time I can only account for his wishing to know me by supposing that he found in his own exile condition some likeness to the fallen fortunes of the gods of whom I talked unwittingly in his presence. But now I know that it was not of himself he was thinking when he asked me to dine at that club. The club would have been the most imposing building in any street in London, but in that obscure mean quarter of London in which they had built it, appeared unduly enormous. Lifting right up above those grotesque houses and built in that Greek style we call Georgian, there was something Olympian about it. To my host an unfashionable street could have meant nothing. Through all his youth, wherever he had gone had become fashionable the moment he went there. Words like East End could have no meaning to him. Whoever built that house had enormous wealth and cared nothing for fashion, perhaps despised it. As I stood gazing at the magnificent upper windows draped with great curtains, indistinct in the evening, on which huge shadows flickered, my host attracted my attention from the doorway, and so I went in and met for the second time the ex-king of Eretavaria. In front of us a stairway of rare marble led upstairs. He took me through a side door and downstairs, and we came into a banqueting hall of great magnificence. A long table ran up the middle of it, laid for quite 20 people, and I noticed the peculiarity that instead of chairs there were thrones for everyone except me, who was the only guest, and for whom there was an ordinary chair. My host explained to me when we all sat down that everyone who belonged to that club was by rights a king. In fact, none was permitted, he told me, to belong to the club until his claim to a kingdom made out in writing had been examined and allowed by those whose duty it was. The whim of a populace or the candidate's own misrule were never considered by the investigators. Nothing counted with them but heredity and lawful descent from kings. All else was ignored. At that table there were those who had once reigned themselves. Others lawfully claimed descent from kings that the world had forgotten. The kingdoms claimed by some had even changed their names. Hatsker, the mountain kingdom, is almost regarded as mythical. I have seldom seen greater splendor than that long hall provided below the level of the street. No doubt by day it was a little sombre, as all basements are. But at night, with its great crystal chandeliers, and the glitter of heirlooms that had gone into exile, it surpassed the splendor of palaces that have only one king. They had come to London suddenly, most of those kings, or their fathers before them, or forefathers. Some had come away from their kingdoms by night, in a light sleigh, flogging the horses, or had galloped clear with morning over the border. Some had trudged roads for days from their capital in disguise. Yet many had had the time, just as they left, to snatch up some small thing without price in markets, for the sake of old times, as they said. But quite as much, I thought, with an eye to the future. And there these treasures glittered on that long table in the banqueting hall of the basement of that strange club. Merely to see them was much, but to hear their story that their owners told was to go back in fancy to epic times on the romantic border of fable and fact, where the heroes of history fought with the gods of myth. The famous silver horses of Gilgianza were there climbing their sheer mountain, which they did by miraculous means before the times of the Goths. It was not a large piece of silver, but its workmanship outrivaled the skill of the bees. A yellow emperor had brought out of the East a piece of that incomparable porcelain that had made his dynasty famous, though all their deeds are forgotten. It had the exact shade of the right purple. And there was a little golden statuette of a dragon stealing a diamond from a lady. The dragon had the diamond in his claws, large and of the first water. There had been a kingdom whose whole constitution and history were founded on the legend, from which alone its kings had claimed their right to the scepter, that a dragon stole a diamond from a lady. When its last king left that country, because his favorite general had used a peculiar formation under the fire of artillery, he brought with him the little ancient image that no longer proved him a king outside that singular club. There was a pair of amethyst cups of the turbaned king of Fu, the one that he drank from himself, and the one that he gave to his enemies. I could not tell which was which. All these things the ex-king of Eredivaria showed me, telling me a marvelous tale of each. Of his own he had brought nothing, except the mascot that once used to sit on the top of the water tube of his favorite motor. I have not outlined a tenth of the splendor of that table. I had meant to come again and examine each piece of plate and make notes of its history. Had I known that this was the last time I should wish to enter that club, I should have looked at its treasures more attentively. But now, as the wine went round and the exiles began to talk, I took my eyes from the table and listened to the strange tales of their former state. He that has seen better times has usually a poor tale to tell. Some mean and trivial thing has been his undoing. But they that dined in that basement had mostly fallen like oaks on nights of abnormal tempest, had fallen mightily and shaken a nation. Those who had not been kings themselves, but claimed through an exiled ancestor, had stories to tell of even grander disaster, history seeming to have mellowed their dynasty's fate, as moss grows over an oak a great while fallen. There were no jealousies there as so often there are among kings. Rivalry must have ceased with the loss of their navies and armies, and they showed no bitterness against those that had turned them out. One, speaking of the error of his prime minister by which he had lost his throne, as poor old Friedrich's heaven-sent gift of tactlessness. They gossiped pleasantly of many things, the tittle-tattle we all had to know when we were learning history, and many a wonderful story I might have heard, many a sidelight on mysterious wars, had I not made use of one unfortunate word. That word was upstairs. The ex-king of Eredivaria, having pointed out to me those unparalleled heirlooms to which I have alluded, and many more besides, hospitably asked me if there was anything else I would care to see. He meant the pieces of plate that they had in the cupboards, the curiously graven swords of other princes, historic jewels, legendary seals. But I, who had had a glimpse of their marvelous staircase, whose balustrade I believed to be solid gold, and wondering why in such a stately house they chose to dine in the basement, mentioned the word upstairs. A profound hush came down on the whole assembly, the hush that might greet levity in a cathedral. "Upstairs?" he gasped. "We cannot go upstairs." I perceived that what I had said was an ill-chosen thing. I tried to excuse myself, but knew not how. "Of course," I muttered, "members may not take guests upstairs." "Members!" he said to me. "We are not the members." There was such reproof in his voice that I said no more. I looked at him questioningly. Perhaps my lips moved. I may have said, "What are you?" A great surprise had come on me at their attitude. "We are the waiters," he said. That I could not have known. Here at last was honest ignorance that I had no need to be ashamed of. The very opulence of their table denied it. "Then who are the members?" I asked. Such a hush fell at that question, such a hush of genuine awe, that all of a sudden a wild thought entered my head, a thought strange and fantastic and terrible. I gripped my host by the wrist and hushed my voice. "Are they too exiles?" I asked. Twice as he looked in my face he gravely nodded his head. I left that club very swiftly indeed, never to see it again, scarcely pausing to say farewell to those menial kings. And as I left the door a great window opened far up at the top of the house, and a flash of lightning streamed from it and killed a dog. End of The Exiles Club by Lord Dunsany. Recorded by James Christopher, jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
Shoes by an anonymous author. Read by Ernst Pattynama. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Goody Two-Shoes. Farmer Meanwell was at one time a very rich man. He owned large fields and had fine flocks of sheep and plenty of money. But all at once his good fortune seemed to desert him. Year after year his crops failed, his sheep died off, and he was obliged to borrow money to pay his rent and the wages of those who worked on the farm. At last he had to sell his farm, but even this did not bring him in money enough to pay his debts, and he was worse off than ever. Among those who had lent money to Farmer Meanwell were Sir Thomas Gripe and a farmer named Grassball. Sir Thomas was a very rich man indeed, and Farmer Grassball had more money than he could possibly use. But they were both very greedy and covetous, and particularly hard on those who owed them anything. Farmer Grassball abused Farmer Meanwell and called him all sorts of dreadful names. But the rich Sir Thomas Gripe was more cruel still, and wanted the poor debtor shut up in jail. So poor Farmer Meanwell had to hasten from the place where he had lived for so many years, in order to get out of the way of these greedy men. He went to the next village, taking his wife and his 2 little children with him. But though he was free from Gripe and Grassball, he was not free from trouble and care. He soon fell ill, and when he found himself unable to get food and clothes for his family, he grew worse and worse, and soon died. His wife could not bear the loss of her husband, whom she loved so dearly, and in a few days she was dead. The 2 orphan children seemed to be left entirely alone in the world, with no one to look after them or care for them but their heavenly Father. They trotted around hand in hand, and the poorer they became, the more they clung to each other. Poor, ragged, and hungry enough they were. Tommy had 2 shoes, but Marjorie went barefoot. They had nothing to eat but the berries that grew in the woods, and the scraps they could get from the poor people in the village, and at night they slept in barns or under haystacks. Their rich relations were too proud to notice them, but Mr. Smith, the clergyman of the village where the children were born, was not that sort of man. A rich relation came to visit him, a kind-hearted gentleman, and the clergyman told him all about Tommy and Marjorie. The kind gentleman pitied them, and ordered Marjorie a pair of shoes, and gave Mrs. Smith money to buy her some clothes, which she needed sadly. As for Tommy, he said he would take him off to sea with him, and make him a sailor. After a few days, the gentleman said he must go to London, and would take Tommy with him, and sad was the parting between the 2 children. Poor Marjorie was very lonely indeed without a brother, and might have cried herself sick but for the new shoes that were brought home to her. They turned her thoughts from her grief, and as soon as she had put them on, she ran into Mrs. Smith and cried out, "2 shoes, ma'am, 2 shoes." These words she repeated to everyone she met, and thus it was she got the name of Goody Two-Shoes. Little Marjorie had seen how good and wise Mrs. Smith was, and thought it was because of his great learning, and she wanted, above all things, to learn to read. At last she made up her mind to ask Mr. Smith to teach her when he had a moment to spare. He readily agreed to do this, and Marjorie read to him an hour every day, and spent much time with her books. Then she laid out a plan for teaching others more ignorant than herself. She cut out of thin pieces of wood 10 sets of large and small letters of the alphabet, and carried these with her when she went from house to house. When she came to Billy Wilson's, she threw down the letters all in a heap, and Billy picked them out and sorted them in lines, thus: A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and so on, until all the letters were in the right place. From there Goody Two-Shoes trotted off to another cottage, and here were several children waiting for her. As soon as the little girl came in, they all crowded around her, and were eager to begin their lessons at once. Then she threw the letters down and said to the boy next her, "What did you have for dinner today?" "Bread," answered the little boy. "Well, put down the first letter," said Goody Two-Shoes. Then he put down B, and the next child R, and the next E, and the next A, and the next D, and there was the whole word, bread. "What did you have for dinner, Polly Driggs?" "Apple pie," said Polly, upon which she laid down the first letter, A, and the next put down a P, and the next another P, and so on, until the words apple and pie were united, and stood thus, apple pie. Now it happened one evening that Goody Two-Shoes was going home rather late. She had made a longer round than usual, and everybody had kept her waiting, so that night came on before her day's work was done. Right glad was she to set out for her own home, and she walked along contentedly through the fields and lanes and roads, enjoying the quiet evening. The evening was not cool, however, but close and sultry, and betokened a storm. Presently a drop fell on Goody's face. What should she do? If she did not make haste, she would soon be wet to the skin. Fortunately, there was an old barn down the road, in which she could find shelter, and Goody Two-Shoes gathered her skirts about her and took to her heels, and ran as if somebody was after her. The owner of the barn had died lately, and the property was to be sold, and there was a lot of loose hay on the floor which had not yet been taken away. Goody Two-Shoes cuddled down in the soft hay, glad of a chance to rest her weary limbs, and quite out of breath with her long run. And just then down rattled the rain, the thunder roared, the lightning flashed, and the old barn trembled, and so did Goody Two-Shoes. She had not been there long before she heard footsteps, and 3 men came into the barn for shelter. The hay was piled up between her and them, so that they could not see her, and thinking they were alone, they spoke quite loudly. They were plotting to rob Squire Truman, who lived in the great house in Marjorie's village, and were to break in and steal all they could that very night. This was quite enough for Goody Two-Shoes. She waited for nothing, but dashed out of the barn and ran through rain and mud till she came to the squire's house. He was at dinner with some friends, and anyone else but Goody would have found it difficult to gain admission to him. But she was well known to the servants, and was so kind and obliging that even the big fat butler could not refuse to do her bidding, and went and told the squire that Goody Two-Shoes wished very much to see him. So the squire asked his friends to excuse him for a moment, and came out and said, "Well, Goody Two-Shoes, my good girl, what is it?" "Oh, sir," she replied, "if you do not take care, you will be robbed and murdered this very night." Then she told all she had heard the men say while she was in the barn. The squire saw there was not a moment to lose, so he went back and told his friends the news he had heard. They all said they would stay and help him take the thieves. So the lights were put out to make it appear as if all the people in the house were in bed, and servants and all kept a close watch, both inside and outside. Sure enough, at about 1 o'clock in the morning, the 3 men came creeping up to the house, with a dark lantern and the tools to break in with. Before they were aware, 6 men sprang out on them and held them fast. The thieves struggled in vain to get away. They were locked in an outhouse until daylight, when a cart came and took them off to jail. They were afterwards sent out of the country, where they had to work in chains on the roads, and it is said that one of them behaved so well that he was pardoned, and went to live at Australia, where he became a rich man. The other 2 went from bad to worse, and it is likely that they came to some dreadful end, for sin never goes unpunished. But to return to Goody Two-Shoes. One day, as she was walking through the village, she saw some wicked boys with a raven at which they were going to throw stones. To stop this cruel sport, she gave the boys a penny for the raven, and brought the bird home with her. She gave him the name of Rafe, and he proved to be a very clever creature indeed. She taught him to spell and to read, and he was so fond of playing with the large letters that the children called them Rafe's alphabet. Some days after Goody had met with the raven, she was passing through a field, when she saw some naughty boys who had taken a pigeon and tied a string to its legs in order to let it fly and draw it back again when they pleased. Goody could not bear to see anything tortured like that, so she bought the pigeon from the boys and taught him how to spell and read. But he could not talk, and as Rafe the raven took the large letters, Peter the pigeon took care of the small ones. Mrs. Williams, who lived in Marjorie's village, kept school and taught the little ones their ABCs. She was now old and feeble, and wanted to give up this important trust. This being known to Sir William Dove, he asked Mrs. William to examine Goody Two-Shoes and see if she was not clever enough for the office. This was done, and Mrs. Williams reported that little Marjorie was the best scholar and had the best heart of any one she had ever examined. All the country had a great opinion of Mrs. Williams, and this report made them think highly of Miss Marjorie, as we must now call her. So Marjorie meanwhile was now a schoolmistress, and a capital one she made. The children all loved her, for she was never weary of making plans for their happiness. The room in which she taught was large and lofty, and there was plenty of fresh air in it, and as she knew that children liked to move about, she placed her sets of letters all round the school, so that everyone was obliged to get up to find a letter or spell a word when it came their turn. This exercise not only kept the children in good health, but fixed the letters firmly in their minds. The neighbours were very good to her, and one of them made her a present of a little skylark, whose early morning song told the lazy boys and girls that it was time they were out of bed. Some time after this, a poor lamb lost its dam, and the farmer being about to kill it, she bought it of him, and brought it home to play with the children. Soon after this, a present was made to Miss Marjorie of a dog, and as he was always in good humour, and always jumping about, the children gave him the name of Jumper. It was his duty to guard the door, and no one could go out or come in without leave from his mistress. Marjorie was so wise and good that some foolish people accused her of being a witch, and she was taken to court and tried before the judge. She soon proved that she was a most sensible woman, and Sir Charles Jones was so pleased with her that he offered her a large sum of money to take care of his family and educate his daughter. At first she refused, but afterwards went and behaved so well, and was so kind and tender, that Sir Charles would not permit her to leave the house, and soon after made her an offer of marriage. The neighbours came in crowds to the wedding, and all were glad that one who had been such a good girl and had grown up such a good woman was to become a grand lady. Just as the clergyman had opened his book, a gentleman, richly dressed, ran into the church and cried, "Stop! Stop!" Great alarm was felt, especially by the bride and groom, with whom he said he wished to speak privately. Sir Charles stood motionless with surprise, and the bride fainted away in the stranger's arms, for this richly dressed gentleman turned out to be little Tommy Meanwell, who had just come from sea, where he had made a large fortune. Sir Charles and Lady Jones lived very happily together, and the great lady did not forget the children, but was just as good to them as she had always been. She was always kind and good to the poor and the sick, and a friend to all who were in distress. Her life was a great blessing, and her death the greatest calamity that ever took place in the neighbourhood where she lived, and was known as Goody Two-Shoes. End of Goody Two-Shoes. Recorded by Ernst Pattynama. Amsterdam, the Netherlands. July the 13th, 2008.
Chekhov. Translated by Marion Fell. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Davis Drake. It was noon of a bright winter's day. The air was crisp with frost, and Nadia, who was walking beside me, found her curls and the delicate down on her upper lip silvered with her own breath. We stood at the summit of a high hill. The ground fell away at our feet in a steep incline, which reflected the sun's rays like a mirror. Near us lay a little sled, brightly unupholstered with red. "Let us coast down, Nadia," I begged. "Just once. I promise you nothing will happen." But Nadia was timid. The long slope from where her little overshoes were planted to the foot of the ice-clad hill looked to her like the wall of a terrible yawning chasm. Her heart stopped beating, and she held her breath as she gazed into the abyss, while I urged her to take her seat on the sled. What might not happen were she to risk a flight over that precipice? She could die. She would go mad. "Come, I implore you," I urged her again. "Don't be afraid. It is cowardly to fear, to be timid." At last Nadia consented to go, but I could see from her face that she did so, she thought, at the peril of her life. I seated her, all pale and trembling, in the little sled, put my arms around her, and together we plunged into the abyss. The sled flew like a shot out of a gun. The riven wind lashed our faces. It howled and whistled in our ears, and plucked furiously at us, trying to wrench our heads from our shoulders. Its pressure stifled us. We felt as if the devil himself had seized us in his talons, and were snatching us with a shriek down into the infernal regions. The objects on either hand melted into a long and madly flying streak. Another second, it seemed we would be lost. "I love you, Nadia," I whispered. And now the sled began to slacken its pace. The howling of the wind and the swish of the runners sounded less terrible. We breathed again. We found ourselves at the foot of the mountain at last. Nadia, more dead than alive, was breathless and pale. I helped her to her feet. "Not for anything in the world would I do that again," she said, gazing at me with wide, terror-stricken eyes. "Not for anything on earth. I nearly died." In a few minutes, however, she was herself again, and already her inquiring eyes were asking the question of mine. Had I really uttered those 4 words, or had only fancied she heard them in the tumult of the wind? I stood beside her smoking a cigarette and looking attentively at my glove. She took my arm, and we strolled about for a long time at the foot of the hill. It was obvious that the riddle gave her no peace. Had I spoken those words or not? It was for her a question of pride, of honor, of happiness, of life itself, a very important question, the most important one in the whole world. Nadia looked at me now impatiently, now sorrowfully, now searchingly. She answered my questions at random and waited for me to speak. Oh, what a pretty play of expression flitted across her sweet face! I saw that she was struggling with herself. She longed to say something, to ask some question, but the words would not come. She was terrified and embarrassed and happy. "Let me tell you something," she said, without looking at me. "What?" I asked. Let us slide down the hill again." We mounted the steps that led to the top of the hill. Once more I seated Nadia, pale and trembling, in the little sled. Once more we plunged into that terrible abyss. Once more the wind howled and the runners hissed, and once more, at the wildest and most tumultuous moment in our descent, I whispered, "I love you, Nadia." When the sleigh had come to a standstill, Nadia threw a backward look at the hill down which we had just sped, and then gazed for a long time into my face, listening to the calm, even tones of my voice. Every inch of her, even her muff and her hood, every line of her little frame, expressed the utmost uncertainty. On her face was written the question, what could it have been? Who spoke those words? Was it he, or was it only my fancy? The uncertainty of it was troubling her, and her patience was becoming exhausted. The poor girl had stopped answering my questions. She was pouting and ready to cry. Had we not better go home? I asked. I love coasting, she answered with a blush. Shall we not slide down once more? She loved coasting, and yet, as she took her seat on the sled, she was as trembling and pale as before, and scarcely could breathe for terror. We coasted down for the third time, and I saw her watching my face and following the movements of my lips with her eyes. But I put my handkerchief to my mouth and coughed, and when we were halfway down, I managed to say, "I love you, Nadia." So the riddle remained unsolved. Nadia was left pensive and silent. I escorted her home, and as she walked she shortened her steps and tried to go slowly, waiting for me to say those words. I was aware of the struggle going on in her breast, and of how she was forcing herself not to exclaim, "The wind could not have said those words. I don't want to think that it said them." Next day I received the following note. "If you are going coasting today, call for me. N." Thenceforth Nadia and I went coasting every day, and each time that we sped down the hill on our little sled, I whispered the words, "I love you, Nadia." Nadia soon grew to crave this phrase as some people crave morphine or wine. She could no longer live without hearing it, though to fly down the hill was as terrible to her as ever. Danger and fear lent a strange fascination to those words of love, words which remain a riddle to torture her heart. Both the wind and I were suspected. Which of us two was confessing our love for her now seemed not to matter. Let the draught be but hers, and she cared not for the goblet that held it. One day at noon I went to our hill alone. There I perceived Nadia. She approached the hill, seeking me with her eyes, and at last I saw her timidly mounting the steps that led to the summit. Oh, how fearful, how terrifying she found it to make that journey alone! Her face was as white as the snow, and she shook as if she were going to her doom. But up she climbed, firmly, without one backward look. Clearly she was determined to discover once for all whether these wondrously sweet words would reach her ears if I were not there. I saw her seat herself on the sled, with a pale face and lips parted with horror, saw her shut her eyes and push off, bidding farewell for ever to this world. Zzz! Hissed the runners. What did she hear? I know not. I only saw her rise tired and trembling from the sled, and it was clear from her expression that she could not herself have said what she had heard. On her downward rush, terror had robbed her of the power of distinguishing the sounds that came to her ears. And now, with March, came the spring. The sun's rays grew warmer and brighter. Our snowy hillside grew darker and duller, and the ice crust finally melted away. Our coasting came to an end. Nowhere could poor Nadia now hear the beautiful words, for there was no one to say them. The wind was silent, and I was preparing to go to St. Petersburg for a long time, perhaps forever. One evening, 2 days before my departure, I sat in the twilight in a little garden separated from the garden where Nadia lived by a high fence surmounted by iron spikes. It was cold and the snow was still on the ground. The trees were lifeless, but the scent of spring was in the air, and the rooks were crowing noisily as they settled themselves for the night. I approached the fence, and for a long time peered through a chink in the boards. I saw Nadia come out of the house and stand on the doorstep, gazing with anguish and longing at the sky. The spring wind was blowing directly into her pale, sorrowful face. It reminded her of the wind that had howled for us on the hillside when she had heard those 4 words. And with that recollection, her face grew very sad indeed, and the tears rolled down her cheek. The poor child held out her arms, as if to implore the wind to bring those words to her ears once more. And I, waiting for a gust to carry them to her, said softly, "I love you, Nadia." Heavens, what an effect my words had on Nadia! She cried out and stretched forth her arms to the wind, blissful, radiant, beautiful. And I went to pack up my things. All this happened a long time ago. Nadia married. Whether for love or not matters little. Her husband is an official of the nobility, and she now has 3 children, but she has not forgotten how we coasted together and how the wind whispered to her, "I love you, Nadia." That memory is for her the happiest, the most touching, the most beautiful one of her life. But as for me, now that I have grown older, I can no longer understand why I said those words, and why I jested with Nadia. End of A Joke. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Davis Drake. This recording is in the public domain.
The Nice People by Henry Cuyler Bunner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. The Nice People by Henry Cuyler Bunner. They certainly are nice people, I assented to my wife's observation, using the colloquial phrase with a consciousness that it was anything but nice English. "And I'll bet that their 3 children are better brought up than most of—" "2 children," corrected my wife. "3, he told me." "My dear," she said, "there were 2." "He said 3." "You've simply forgotten. I'm sure she told me they had only 2, a boy and a girl." "Well, I didn't enter into particulars." "No, dear, and you couldn't have understood him. 2 children." "All right," I said, but I did not think it was all right. As a nearsighted man learns by enforced observation to recognize persons at a distance when the face is not visible to the normal eye, so the man with a bad memory learns almost unconsciously to listen carefully and report accurately. My memory is bad, but I had not had time to forget that Mr. Brewster Brede had told me that afternoon that he had 3 children, at present left in the care of his mother-in-law, while he and Mrs. Brede took their summer vacation. 2 children, repeated my wife, and they are staying with his Aunt Jenny. He told me with his mother-in-law, I put in. My wife looked at me with a serious expression. Men may not remember much of what they are told about children, but any man knows the difference between an aunt and a mother-in-law. "But don't you think they're nice people?" asked my wife. "Oh, certainly," I replied, "only they seem to be a little mixed up about their children." "That isn't a nice thing to say," returned my wife. I could not deny it. And yet the next morning, when the Bredes came down and seated themselves opposite us at table, beaming and smiling in their natural, pleasant, well-bred fashion, I knew to a social certainty that they were nice people. He was a fine-looking fellow in his neat tennis flannels, slim, graceful, 28 or 30 years old, with a Frenchy pointed beard. She was nice in all her pretty clothes, and she herself was pretty with that type of prettiness which outwears most other types, the prettiness that lies in a rounded figure, a dusky skin, plump, rosy cheeks, white teeth, and black eyes. She might have been 25. You guessed that she was prettier than she was at 20, and that she would be prettier still at 40. And nice people were all we wanted to make us happy in Mr. Jacobs's summer boarding house on top of Orange Mountain. For a week we had come down to breakfast each morning, wondering why we wasted the precious days of idleness with the company gathered around the Jacobus board. What joy of human companionship was to be had out of Mrs. Tabb and Miss Hoogencamp, the two middle-aged gossips from Scranton, PA, out of Mr. and Mrs. Biggle, an indurated head bookkeeper, and his prim and censorious wife, out of old Major Halkett, a retired businessman, who, having once sold a few shares on commission, wrote for circulars of every stock company that was started, and tried to induce everyone to invest who would listen to him. We looked around at those dull faces, the truthful indices of mean and barren minds, and decided that we would leave that morning. Then we ate Mrs. Jacobus's biscuit, light as Aurora's cloudlets, drank her honest coffee, inhaled the perfume of the late azaleas with which she decked her table, and decided to postpone our departure one more day. And then we wandered out to take our morning glance at what we called our view, and it seemed to us as if Tabb and Hoogencamp and Halkett and the Biggleses could not drive us away in a year. I was not surprised when, after breakfast, my wife invited the Bredes to walk with us to our view. The Hoogencamp, Biggle, Tabb, Halkett contingent never stirred off Jacobus's veranda, but we both felt that the Bredes would not profane that sacred scene. We strolled slowly across the fields, passed through the little belt of woods, and as I heard Mrs. Brede's little cry of startled rapture, I motioned to Brede to look up. "By Jove!" he cried. "Heavenly!" We looked off from the brow of the mountain over 15 miles of billowing green, to where, far across a far stretch of pale blue, lay a dim purple line that we knew was Staten Island. Towns and villages lay before us and under us. There were ridges and hills, uplands and lowlands, woods and plains, all massed and mingled in that great silent sea of sunlit green. For silent it was to us, standing in the silence of a high place, silent with a Sunday stillness that made us listen without taking thought for the sound of bells coming up from the spires that rose above the treetops that lay as far beneath us as the light clouds were above us, that dropped great shadows upon our heads and faint specks of shade upon the broad sweep of land at the mountain's foot. "And so that is your view?" asked Mrs. Brede after a moment. "You are very generous to make it ours too." Then we lay down on the grass, and Brede began to talk in a gentle voice, as if he felt the influence of the place. He had paddled a canoe in his earlier days, he said, and he knew every river and creek in that vast stretch of landscape. He found his landmarks, and pointed out to us where the Passaic and the Hackensack flowed, invisible to us, hidden behind great ridges that in our sight were but combings of the great waves upon which we looked down. And yet on the further side of those broad ridges and rises were scores of villages, a little world of country life lying unseen under our eyes. "A good deal like looking at humanity," he said. "There is such a thing as getting so far above our fellow men that we see only one side of them." Ah, how much better was this sort of talk than the chatter and gossip of the Tabb and the Hoogencamp, than the Major's dissertations upon his everlasting circulars. My wife and I exchanged glances. "Now, when I went up the Matterhorn," Mr. Brede began. "Why, dear," interrupted his wife, "I didn't know you ever went up the Matterhorn." It was 5 years ago," said Mr. Brede hurriedly. I didn't tell you when I was on the other side, you know. It was rather dangerous. Well, as I was saying, it looked... Oh, it didn't look at all like this." A cloud floated overhead, throwing its great shadow over the field where we lay. The shadow passed over the mountain's brow and reappeared far below, a rapidly decreasing blot, flying eastward over the golden green. My wife and I exchanged glances once more. Somehow the shadow lingered over us all. As we went home, the breeds went side by side along the narrow path, and my wife and I walked together. "Should you think," she asked me, "that a man would climb the Matterhorn the very first year he was married?" "I don't know, my dear," I answered evasively. "This isn't the first year I have been married, not by a good many, and I wouldn't climb it for a farm." "You know what I mean," she said. I did. When we reached the boarding house, Mr. Jacobus took me aside. "You know," he began his discourse, "my wife, she used to live in New York." I didn't know, but I said yes. "She says the numbers on the streets runs criss-cross like. 34's on one side of the street and 35 on t'other. How's that? That is the invariable rule, I believe. Then I say, these here new folk that you and your wife seem so mighty taken up with, do you know anything about 'em?" "I know nothing about the character of your boarders, Mr. Jacobus," I replied, conscious of some irritability. "If I choose to associate with any of them—" "Just so," broke in Jacobus. "I hain't nothin' to say against your sociability, but do you know 'em?" "Why, certainly not," I replied. "Well, that was all I was askin' you. You see, when he come here to take the rooms, you wasn't here then. He told my wife that he lived at number 34 in his street, and yesterday she told her that they lived at number 35. He said he lived in an apartment house. Now there can't be no apartment house on two sides of the same street, can they?" "What street was it?" I inquired warily. 121st Street. "Maybe," I replied, still more wearily. "That's Harlem. Nobody knows what people will do in Harlem." I went up to my wife's room. "Don't you think it's queer?" she asked me. "I think I'll have a talk with that young man tonight," I said, "and see if he can give some account of himself." "But, my dear," my wife said gravely, "she doesn't know whether they've had the measles or not." "Why, great Scott!" I exclaimed, "they must have had them when they were children." "Please don't be stupid," said my wife. "I meant their children." After dinner that night, or rather after supper, for we had dinner in the middle of the day at Jacobus's, I walked down the long veranda to ask Brede, who was placidly smoking at the other end, to accompany me on a twilight stroll. Halfway down I met Major Halkett. "That friend of yours," he said, indicating the unconscious figure at the further end of the house, "seems to be a queer sort of a dick. He told me that he was out of business and just looking round for a chance to invest his capital, and I've been telling him what an everlasting big show he had to take stock in the Capital Trust Company. Starts next month. 4 million capital. I told you all about it. 'Oh, well,' he says, 'let's wait and think about it.' 'Wait?' says I. 'The Capital Trust Company won't wait for you, my boy. This is letting you in on the ground floor,' says I, 'and it's now or never.' 'Oh, let it wait,' says he. 'I don't know what's into the man.'" "I don't know how well he knows his own business, Major," said I, as I started again for Brede's end of the veranda, but I was troubled none the less. The Major could not have influenced the sale of one share of stock in the Capitoline Company, but that stock was a great investment, a rare chance for a purchaser with a few $1,000s. Perhaps it was no more remarkable that Brede should not invest than that I should not, and yet it seemed to add one circumstance more to the other suspicious circumstances. When I went upstairs that evening, I found my wife putting her hair to bed. I don't know how I can better describe an operation familiar to every married man. I waited until the last tress was coiled up, and then I spoke. "I've talked with Brede," I said, "and I didn't have to catechize him. He seemed to feel that some sort of explanation was looked for, and he was very outspoken. You were right about the children. That is, I must have misunderstood him. There are only two. But the Matterhorn episode was simple enough. He didn't realize how dangerous it was until he had got so far into it that he couldn't back out, and he didn't tell her because he'd left her here, you see, and under the circumstances—" "Left her here!" cried my wife. "I've been sitting with her the whole afternoon, sewing, and she told me that he left her at Geneva and came back and took her to Basel, and the baby was born there. Now I'm sure, dear, because I asked her." "Perhaps I was mistaken when I thought he said she was on this side of the water," I suggested with bitter, biting irony. "You poor dear, did I abuse you?" said my wife. "But do you know, Mrs. Tabb said that she didn't know how many lumps of sugar he took in his coffee. Now that seems queer, doesn't it?" It did. It was a small thing, but it looked queer, very queer. The next morning it was clear that war was declared against the Bredes. They came down to breakfast somewhat late, and as soon as they arrived, the Biggleses swooped up the last fragments that remained on their plates and made a stately march out of the dining room. Then Miss Hoogencamp arose and departed, leaving a whole fish ball on her plate, even as Atlanta might have dropped an apple behind her to tempt her pursuer to check his speed. So Miss Hoogencamp left that fish ball behind her, and between her maiden self and contamination. We had finished our breakfast, my wife and I, before the Bredes appeared. We talked it over, and agreed that we were glad that we had not been obliged to take sides upon such insufficient testimony. After breakfast it was the custom of the male half of the Jacobus household to go around the corner of the building and smoke their pipes and cigars where they would not annoy the ladies. We sat under a trellis covered with a grapevine that had borne no grapes in the memory of man. This vine, however, bore leaves, and these, on that pleasant summer morning, shielded from us two persons who were in earnest conversation in the straggling, half-dead flower garden at the side of the house. "I don't want," we heard Mr. Jacobus say, "to enter in no man's privacy, but I do want to know who it may be like that I have in my house. Now, what I ask of you, and I don't want you to take it as in no way personal, is, have you your marriage license with you?" "No," we heard the voice of Mr. Brede reply. "Have you yours?" I think it was a chance shot, but it told all the same. The Major, he was a widower, and Mrs. Biggle and I looked at each other, and Mr. Jacobus on the other side of the grape trellis looked at I don't know what, and was as silent as we were. Where is your marriage license, married reader? Do you know? 4 men, not including Mr. Brede, stood or sat on one side or the other of that grape trellis, and not one of them knew where his marriage license was. Each of us had one. The Major had had 3. But where were they? Where is yours? Tucked in your best man's pocket, deposited in his desk, or washed to a pulp in his white waistcoat, if white waistcoats be the fashion of the hour, washed out of existence? Can you tell where it is? Can you, unless you are one of those people who frame that interesting document and hang it upon their drawing-room walls? Mr. Brede's voice arose, after an awful stillness of what seemed like 5 minutes and was probably 30 seconds. "Mr. Jacobus, will you make out your bill at once, and let me pay it? I shall leave by the 6 o'clock train, and will you also send the wagon for my trunks?" "I ain't said I wanted to have you leave," began Mr. Jacobus, but Brede cut him short. "Bring me your bill." "But," remonstrated Jacobus, "if ye ain't—" "Bring me your bill," said Mr. Brede. My wife and I went out for our morning's walk, but it seemed to us, when we looked at our view, as if we could only see those invisible villages of which Brede had told us, that other side of the ridges and rises of which we catch no glimpse from lofty hills or from the heights of human self-esteem. We meant to stay out until the Bredes had taken their departure, but we returned just in time to see Pete the Jacobus darky, the blacker of boots, the brasher of coats, the general handy man of the house, loading the Brede trunks on the Jacobus wagon. and as we stepped upon the veranda, down came Mrs. Brede, leaning on Mr. Brede's arm as though she were ill, and it was clear that she had been crying. There were heavy rings about her pretty black eyes. My wife took a step toward her. "Look at that dress, dear," she whispered. "She never thought anything like this was going to happen when she put that on." It was a pretty, delicate, dainty dress, a graceful, narrow striped affair. Her hat was trimmed with a narrow striped silk of the same colors, maroon and white, and in her hand she held a parasol that matched her dress. "She's had a new dress on twice a day," said my wife, "but that's the prettiest yet. Oh, somehow I'm awfully sorry they're going." But going they were. They moved toward the steps. Mrs. Brede looked toward my wife, and my wife moved toward Mrs. Brede. But the ostracized woman, as though she felt the deep humiliation of her position, turned sharply away, and opened her parasol to shield her eyes from the sun. A shower of rice, a half-pound shower of rice, fell down over her pretty hat and her pretty dress, and fell in a spattering circle on the floor, outlining her skirts, and there it lay in a broad, uneven band, bright in the morning sun. Mrs. Brede was in my wife's arms, sobbing as if her young heart would break. "Oh, you poor, dear, silly children!" my wife cried as Mrs. Brede sobbed on her shoulder. "Why didn't you tell us?" We didn't want to be taken for a bridal couple," sobbed Mrs. Brede, "and we didn't dream what awful lies we'd have to tell, and all the awful mixed-upness of it. Oh, dear, dear, dear!" "Pete," commanded Mr. Jacobus, "put back them trunks. These folks stays here 's long's they wants ter. Mr. Brede," he held out a large, hard hand, "I'd orter've known better," he said, and my last doubt of Mr. Brede vanished as he shook that grimy hand in manly fashion. The two women were walking off toward our view, each with an arm about the other's waist, touched by a sudden sisterhood of sympathy. "Gentlemen," said Mr. Brede, addressing Jacobus, Biggle, the Major, and me, "there is a hostelry down the street where they sell honest New Jersey beer. I recognize the obligations of the situation." We 5 men filed down the street. The two women went toward the pleasant slope where the sunlight gilded the forehead of the great hill. On Mr. Jacobus's veranda lay a spattered circle of shining grains of rice. 2 of Mr. Jacobus's pigeons flew down and picked up the shining grains, making grateful noises far down in their throats. End of The Nice People.
Oysters by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to learn how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Translation by Constance Garnett. I need no great effort of memory to recall, in every detail, the rainy autumn evening when I stood with my father in one of the more frequented streets of Moscow, and felt that I was gradually being overcome by a strange illness. I had no pain at all, but my legs were giving way under me. The words struck in my throat, my head slipped weakly on one side. It seemed as though, in a moment, I must fall down and lose consciousness. If I had been taken into the hospital at that minute, the doctors would have to write over my bed, "Fames," a disease which is not in the manuals of medicine. Beside me on the pavement stood my father in a shabby summer overcoat and serge cap, from which a bit of white wadding was sticking out. On his feet he had big heavy galoshes, afraid, vain man, that people would see that his feet were bare under his galoshes. He had drawn the tops of some old boots up round the calves of his legs. This poor, foolish, queer creature, whom I loved the more warmly the more ragged and dirty his smart summer overcoat became, had come to Moscow 5 months before, to look for a job as copy clerk. For those 5 months he had been trudging about Moscow looking for work, and it was only on that day that he had brought himself to go into the street to beg for alms. Before us was a big house of 3 stories, adorned with a blue signboard with the words "Restaurant" on it. My head was drooping feebly backward and to one side, and I could not help looking upward at the lighted window of the restaurant. Human beings were flitting about at the windows. I could see the right side of the orchestrion, 2 oleographs, hanging lamps. Staring into one window, I saw a patch of white. The patch was motionless, and its rectangular outline stood out sharply against the dark brown background. I looked intently and made out the patch of white placard on the wall. Something was written on it, but what it was I could not see. For half an hour I kept my eyes on the placard. Its white attracted my eyes, and as it were hypnotized my brain. I tried to read it, but my efforts were in vain. At last the strange disease got the upper hand. The rumble of the carriages began to seem like thunder. In the stench of the street I distinguished 1,000 smells. The restaurant lights and the lamps dazzled my eyes like lightning. My 5 senses were overstrained and sensitive beyond the normal. I began to see what I had not seen before. Oysters, I made out on the placard. A strange word. I had lived in the world 8 years and 3 months, and had never come across that word. What did it mean? Surely it was not the name of the restaurant keeper. But signboards with names on them always hang outside, not on the walls indoors. "Papa, what does oysters mean?" I asked in a husky voice, making an effort to turn my face towards my father. My father did not hear. He was keeping a watch on the movement of the crowd, and following every passer-by with his eyes. From his eyes I saw that he wanted to say something to the passer-by, but the fatal word hung like a heavy weight on his trembling lips, and could not be flung off. He even took a step after one passer-by, and touched him on the sleeve, but when he turned round he said, "I beg your pardon," was overcome with confusion, and staggered back. "Papa, what does oysters mean?" I repeated. "It is an animal that lives in the sea." I instantly pictured to myself this unknown marine animal. I thought it must be something midway between a fish and a crab. As it was from the sea, they made of it, of course, a very nice hot fish soup with savory pepper and laurel leaves, or broth with vinegar and fricassee of fish and cabbage, or crayfish sauce, or served it cold with horseradish. I vividly imagined it being brought from the market, quickly cleaned, quickly put in the pot, quickly, for everyone was hungry, awfully hungry. From the kitchen rose the smell of hot fish and crayfish soup. I felt that this smell was tickling my palate and nostrils, that it was gradually taking possession of my whole body. The restaurant, my father, the white placard, my sleeves were all smelling of it, smelling so strongly that I began to chew. I moved my jaws and swallowed as though I really had a piece of this marine animal in my mouth. My legs gave way from the blissful sensation I was feeling. I clutched at my father's arm to keep myself from falling, and leant against his wet summer overcoat. My father was trembling and shivering. He was cold. "Papa, are oysters a Lenten dish?" I asked. "They are eaten alive," he said. "They are in shells like tortoises, but in 2 halves." The delicious smell instantly left off affecting me, and the illusion vanished. Now I understood it all. "How nasty!" I whispered. "How nasty!" So that's what oysters meant. I imagined to myself a creature like a frog sitting in a shell, peeping out from it with big glittering eyes and moving its revolting jaws. I imagined this creature in a shell with claws, glittering eyes, and slimy skin, being brought from the market. The children would all hide while the cook, frowning with an air of disgust, would take the creature by its claw, put it on a plate, and carry it into the dining-room. The grown-ups would take it and eat it alive with its eyes, its teeth, its legs, while it squeaked and tried to bite their lips. I frowned, but why did my teeth move as though I were munching? The creature was loathsome, disgusting, terrible. But I ate it greedily, afraid of distinguishing its taste or smell. As soon as I had eaten it, I saw the glittering eyes of a second, a third. I ate them too. At last I ate the table napkin, the plate, my father's galoshes, the white placard. I ate everything that caught my eye, because I felt that nothing but eating would take away my illness. The oysters had a terrible look in their eyes and were loathsome. I shuddered at the thought of them, but I wanted to eat, to eat. "Oysters! Give me some oysters!" was the cry that broke from me, and I stretched out my hand. "Help us, gentlemen!" I heard at that moment my father say in a hollow and shaking voice, "I am ashamed to ask, but, my God, I can bear no more!" "Oysters!" I cried, pulling my father by the skirts of his coat. "Do you mean to say that you eat oysters? A little chap like you!" I heard laughter close to me. Two gentlemen in top hats were standing before us, looking into my face and laughing. "Do you really eat oysters, youngster? That's interesting. How do you eat them?" I remember a strong hand dragged me into the lighted restaurant. A minute later there was a crowd round me, watching me with curiosity and amusement. I sat at a table and ate something slimy, salt with a flavor of dampness and mouldiness. I ate greedily without chewing, without looking, and tried to discover what I was eating. I fancied that if I opened my eyes, I should see glittering eyes, claws, and sharp teeth. All at once I began biting something hard. There was a sound of scrunching. "Ha, ha, ha! He's eating the shells!" laughed the crowd. "Little silly, do you suppose you can eat that?" After that I remember a terrible thirst. I was lying in my bed and could not sleep for heartburn and the strange taste of my parched mouth. My father was walking up and down, gesticulating with his hands. "I believe I have caught a cold," he muttered. "I've a feeling in my head as though someone were sitting on it. Perhaps it was because I have not, eaten anything today. I really am a queer, stupid creature. I saw those gentlemen pay 10 roubles for the oysters. Why didn't I go up to them and ask them to lend me something? They would have given something." Towards morning I fell asleep and dreamt of a frog sitting in a shell, moving its eyes. At midday I was awakened by thirst and looked for my father. He was still walking up and down and gesticulating. End of Oysters by Anton Chekhov. This recording is in the public domain. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Davis Drake.
Relative Existences by Frank R. Stockton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Philosophy of Relative Existences by Frank R. Stockton. In a certain summer, not long gone, my friend Bentley and I found ourselves in a little hamlet which overlooked a placid valley, through which a river gently moved, winding its way through green stretches until it turned the end of a line of low hills and was lost to view. Beyond this river, far away, but visible from the door of the cottage where we dwelt, there lay a city. Through the mists which floated over the valley, we could see the outlines of steeples and tall roofs, and buildings of a character which indicated thrift and business stretched themselves down to the opposite edge of the river. The more distant parts of the city, evidently a small one, lost themselves in the hazy summer atmosphere. Bentley was young, fair-haired, and a poet. I was a philosopher, or trying to be one. We were good friends, and had come down into this peaceful region to work together. Although we had fled from the bustle and distractions of the town, the appearance in this rural region of a city, which so far as we could observe exerted no influence on the quiet character of the valley in which it lay, aroused our interest. No craft plied up and down the river. There were no bridges from shore to shore. There were none of those scattered and half-squalid habitations which generally are found on the outskirts of a city. There came to us no distant sound of bells, and not the smallest wreath of smoke rose from any of the buildings. In answer to our inquiries, our landlord told us that the city over the river had been built by one man who was a visionary, and who had a great deal more money than common sense. "It is not as big a town as you would think, sirs," he said, "because the general mistiness of things in this valley makes them look larger than they are. Those hills, for instance, when you get to them, are not as high as they look to be from here. But this town is big enough, and a good deal too big, for it ruined its builder and owner, who, when he came to die, had not enough money left to put up a decent tombstone at the head of his grave. He had a queer idea that he would like to have his town all finished before anybody lived in it, and so he kept on working and spending money year after year and year after year until the city was done and he had not a cent left. During all the time that the place was building, hundreds of people came to him to buy houses or to hire them, but he would not listen to anything of the kind. No one must live in his town until it was all done. Even his workmen were obliged to go away at night to lodge. It is a town, sirs, I am told, in which nobody has slept for even a night. There are streets there, and places of business, and churches, and public halls, and everything that a town full of inhabitants could need. But it is all empty and deserted, and has been so as far back as I can remember, and I came to this region when I was a little boy." "And is there no one to guard the place?" we asked. "No one to protect it from wandering vagrants who might choose to take possession of the buildings?" "There are not many vagrants in this part of the country," he said, "and if there were, they would not go over to that city. It is haunted." "By what?" we asked. "Well, sirs, I scarcely can tell you. Queer beings that are not flesh and blood, and that is all I know about it. A good many people living hereabouts have visited that place once in their lives, but I know of no one who has gone there a second time." "And travellers," I said, "are they not excited by curiosity to explore that strange, uninhabited city?" "Oh, yes," our host replied. "Almost all visitors to the valley go over to that queer city, generally in small parties, for it is not a place in which one wishes to walk about alone. Sometimes they see things, and sometimes they don't, but I never knew any man or woman to show a fancy for living there, although it is a very good town." This was said at supper time, and, as it was the period of full moon, Bentley and I decided that we would visit the haunted city that evening. Our host endeavoured to dissuade us, saying that no one ever went over there at night, but as we were not to be deterred, he told us where we would find his small boat tied to a stake on the river bank. We soon crossed the river and landed at a broad but low stone pier, at the land end of which a line of tall grasses waved in the gentle night wind, as if they were sentinels warning us from entering the silent city. We pushed through these and walked up a street fairly wide, and so well paved that we noticed none of the weeds and none of the growths which generally denote desertion or little use. By the bright light of the moon we could see that the architecture was simple and of a character highly gratifying to the eye. All the buildings were of stone, and of good size. We were greatly excited and interested, and proposed to continue our walks until the moon should set, and return on the following morning. "To live here, perhaps," said Bentley. "What could be so romantic, and yet so real? What could conduce better to the marriage of verse and philosophy?" But as he said this, we saw around the corners of a cross street some forms, as of people hurrying away. "The spectres," said my companion, laying his hand on my arm. "Vagrants, more likely," I answered, "who have taken advantage of the superstition of the region to appropriate this comfort and beauty to themselves." "If that be so," said Bentley. "We must have a care for our lives." We proceeded cautiously, and soon saw other forms fleeing before us and disappearing, as we supposed, around corners and into houses. And now suddenly finding ourselves upon the edge of a wide open public square, we saw in the dim light, for a tall steeple obscured the moon, the forms of vehicles, horses, and men moving here and there. But before, in our astonishment, we could say a word one to the other, the moon moved past the steeple, and in its bright light we could see none of the signs of life and traffic which had just astonished us. Timidly, with hearts beating fast, but with not one thought of turning back, nor any fear of vagrants, for we were now sure that what we had seen was not flesh and blood, and therefore harmless, we crossed the open space and entered a street down which the moon shone clearly. Here and there we saw dim figures, which quickly disappeared, but approaching a low stone balcony in front of one of the houses, we were surprised to see, sitting thereon, and leaning over a book which lay open upon the top of the carved parapet, the figure of a woman who did not appear to notice us. "That is a real person," whispered Bentley, "and she does not see us." "No," I replied. "It is like the others. Let us go near it." We drew near to the balcony and stood before it. At this the figure raised its head and looked at us. It was beautiful, it was young, but its substance appeared to be of an ethereal quality which we had never seen or known of. With its full soft eyes fixed upon us, it spoke. "Why are you here?" it asked. "I have said to myself that the next time I saw any of you, I would ask you why you come to trouble us. Cannot you live content in your own realms and spheres, knowing, as you must know, how timid we are, and how you frighten us and make us unhappy? In all the city there is, I believe, not one of us except myself who does not flee and hide from you whenever you cruelly come here. Even I would do that, had I not declared to myself that I would see you and speak to you, and endeavour to prevail upon you to leave us in peace." The clear, frank tones of the speaker gave me courage. "We are two men," I answered, "strangers in this region, and living for the time in the beautiful country on the other side of the river. Having heard of this quiet city, we have come to see it for ourselves. We had supposed it to be uninhabited, but now that we find that this is not the case, we would assure you from our hearts that we do not wish to disturb or annoy anyone who lives here. We simply came as honest travellers to view the city." The figure now seated herself again, and as her countenance was nearer to us, we could see that it was filled with pensive thought. For a moment she looked at us without speaking. "Men," she said. "And so I have been right. For a long time I believed that the beings who sometimes came here, filling us with dread and awe, are men." "And you," I exclaimed, "who are you? And who are those forms that we have seen, these strange inhabitants of this city?" She gently smiled as she answered, "We are the ghosts of the future. We are the people who are to live in this city generations hence. But all of us do not know that, principally because we do not think about it and study about it enough to know it. And it is generally believed that the men and women who sometimes come here are ghosts who haunt the place." "And that is why you are terrified and flee from us?" I exclaimed. "You think we are ghosts from another world?" "Yes," she replied. "That is what is thought, and what I used to think." "And you," I asked, "are spirits of human beings yet to be?" "Yes," she answered, "but not for a long time. Generations of men, I know not how many, must pass away before we are men and women." "Heavens!" exclaimed Bentley, clasping his hands and raising his eyes to the sky. "I shall be a spirit before you are a woman." "Perhaps," she said again, with a sweet smile upon her face, "you may live to be very, very old." But Bentley shook his head. This did not console him. For some minutes I stood in contemplation, gazing upon the stone pavement beneath my feet. "And this," I ejaculated, "is a city inhabited by the ghosts of the future, who believe men and women to be phantoms and spectres." She bowed her head. "But how is it," I asked, "that you discovered that you are spirits and we mortal men?" "There are so few of us who think of such things," she answered. "So few who study, ponder, and reflect. I am fond of study, and I love philosophy, and from the reading of many books I have learned much. From the book which I have here I have learned most, and from its teachings I have gradually come to the belief, which you tell me is the true one, that we are spirits and you men." "And what book is that?" I asked. "It is The Philosophy of Relative Existences by Rupert Vance." "Ye gods!" I exclaimed, springing upon the balcony. "That is my book, and I am Rupert Vance." I stepped towards the volume to seize it, but she raised her hand. "You cannot touch it," she said. "It is the ghost of a book. And did you write it?" "Write it? No," I said. "I am writing it. It is not yet finished." "But here it is," she said, turning over the last pages. "As a spirit book it is finished. It is very successful. It is held in high estimation by intelligent thinkers. It is a standard work." I stood trembling with emotion. "High estimation," I said. "A standard work." "Oh, yes," she replied with animation, "and it well deserves its great success, especially in its conclusion. I have read it twice." "But let me see those concluding pages," I exclaimed. "Let me look upon what I am to write." She smiled and shook her head, and closed the book. "I would like to do that," she said, "but if you are really a man, you must not know what you are going to do." "Oh, tell me, tell me!" cried Bentley from below. "Do you know a book called Stellar Studies by Arthur Bentley? It is a book of poems." The figure gazed at him. "No," it said presently, "I never heard of it." I stood trembling. Had the youthful figure before me been flesh and blood, had the book been a real one, I would have torn it from her. "Oh, wise and lovely being!" I exclaimed, falling on my knees before her. "Be also benign and generous. Let me but see the last page of my book. If I had been of benefit to your world, more than all, if I have been of benefit to you, let me see, I implore you, let me see how it is that I have done it." She rose with the book in her hand. "You only have to wait until you have done it," she said, "and then you will know all that you could see here." I started to my feet, and stood alone upon the balcony. "I am sorry," said Bentley, as we walked towards the pier where we had left our boat, "that we talked only to that ghost girl, and that the other spirits were all afraid of us. Persons whose souls are choked up with philosophy are not apt to care much for poetry, and even if my book is to be widely known, it is easy to see that she may not have heard of it." I walked triumphant. The moon, almost touching the horizon, beamed like red gold. "My dear friend," said I have always told you that you should put more philosophy into your poetry. That would make it live." "And I have always told you," said he, "that you should not put so much poetry into your philosophy. It misleads people." "It didn't mislead that ghost girl," said I. "How do you know?" said Bentley. "Perhaps she is wrong, and the other inhabitants of the city are right, and we may be the ghosts after all. Such things, you know, are only relative. Anyway," he continued after a little pause, "I wish I knew that these ghosts were now reading the poem which I am going to begin tomorrow." End of The Philosophy of Relative Existences by Frank R. Stockton. Reading by Ross Clement.
The Schoolmaster's Progress by Carolyn M.S. Kirkland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Snelson. The Schoolmaster's Progress by Carolyn M.S. Kirkland. Master William Horner came to our village to school when he was about 18 years old, tall, lank, straight-sided, and straight-haired, with a mouth of the most puckered and solemn kind. His figure and movements were those of a puppet cut out of shingle and jerked by a string, and his address corresponded very well with his appearance. Never did that prim mouth give way before a laugh. A faint and misty smile was the widest departure from its propriety, and this unaccustomed disturbance made wrinkles in the flat, skinny cheeks like those in the surface of a lake after the intrusion of a stone. Master Horner knew well what belonged to the pedagogical character, and that facial solemnity stood high on the list of indispensable qualifications. He had made up his mind before he left his father's house how he would look during the term. He had not planned any smiles, knowing that he must board round and It was not for ordinary occurrences to alter his arrangements, so that when he was betrayed into a relaxation of the muscles, it was in such a sort as if he was putting his bread and butter in jeopardy. Truly he had a grave time that first winter. The rod of power was new to him, and he felt it his duty to use it more frequently than might have been thought necessary by those upon whose sense the privilege had palled. Tears and sulky faces and impotent fists, doubled fiercely when his back was turned, were the rewards of his conscientiousness, and the boys, and girls too, were glad when working time came round again, and the master went home to help his father on the farm. But with the autumn came Master Horner again, dropping among us as quietly as the faded leaves, and awakening at least as much serious reflection. Would he be as self-sacrificing as before, postponing his own ease and comfort to the public good, or would he have become more sedentary and less fond of circumambulating the schoolroom with a switch over his shoulder? Many were fain to hope he might have learned to smoke during the summer, an accomplishment which would probably have moderated his energy not a little, and disposed him rather to reverie than to action. But here he was, and all the broader chested and stouter armed for his labors in the harvest field. Let it not be supposed that Master Horner was of a cruel and ogreish nature, a babe-eater, a Herod, one who delighted in torturing the helpless. Such souls there may be among those endowed with the awful control of the ferule, but they are rare in the fresh and natural regions we describe. It is, we believe, where young gentlemen are to be crammed for college, that the process of hardening heart and skin together goes on most vigorously. Yet among the uneducated there is so high a respect for bodily strength that it is necessary for the schoolmaster to show first of all that he possesses this inadmissible requisite for his place. The rest is more readily taken for granted. Brains he may have, a strong arm he must have, so he proves the more important claim first. We must therefore make all due allowance for Master Horner, who could not be expected to overtop his position so far as to discern at once the philosophy of teaching. He was sadly browbeaten during his first term of service by a great broad-shouldered lout of some 18 years or so, who thought he needed a little more schooling, but at the same time felt quite competent to direct the manner and measure of his attempts. "You'd ought to begin with large hand, Joshua," said Master Horner to this youth. "What should I want a coarse hand for?" said the disciple with great contempt. "Coarse hand won't never do me no good. I want a fine hand copy." The master looked at the infant giant, and did as he wished, but we say not with what secret resolutions. At another time, Master Horner, having had a hint from someone more knowing than himself, proposed to his elder scholars to write after dictation, expatiating at the same time quite floridly, the ideas having been supplied by the knowing friend, upon the advantages likely to arise from this practice, and saying, among other things, "It will help you, when you write letters, to spell the words good." "Pooh!" said Joshua. "Spellin' ain't nothin'. Let them that finds the mistakes correct 'em. I'm for everyone's having a way of their own." "How dared you to be so saucy to the master?" asked one of the little boys after school. "Because I could lick him easy," said the hopeful Joshua, who knew very well why the master did not undertake him on the spot. Can we wonder that Master Horner determined to make his empire good as far as it went? A new examination was required on the entrance into a second term, and with whatever secret trepidation the master was obliged to submit. Our law prescribes examinations, but forgets to provide for the competency of the examiners, so that few better farces offer than the course of question and answer on these occasions. We know not precisely what were Master Horner's trials, but we have heard of a sharp dispute between the inspectors whether Angel spelt angle or angel. Angle had it, and the school maintained that pronunciation ever after. Master Horner passed, and he was requested to draw up the certificate for the inspectors to sign, as one had left his spectacles at home, and the other had a bad cold, so that it was not convenient for either to write more than his name. Master Horner's exhibition of learning on this occasion did not reach us, but we know that it must have been considerable, since he stood the ordeal. "What is orthography?" said an inspector once in our presence. The candidate writhed a good deal, studied the beams overhead and the chickens out of the window, and then replied, "It is so long since I learnt the first part of the spelling book that I can't justly answer that question, but if I could just look it over, I guess I could." Our schoolmaster entered upon his second term with new courage and invigorated authority. Twice certified, who should dare doubt his competency? Even Joshua was civil, and lesser louts, of course, obsequious, though the girls took more liberties, for they feel, even at that early age, that influence is stronger than strength. Could a young schoolmaster think of feruling a girl with her hair in ringlets and a gold ring on her finger? Impossible, and the immunity extended to all the little sisters and cousins. And there were enough large girls to protect all the feminine part of the school. With the boys, Master Horner still had many a battle, and whether with a view to this or as an economical ruse, he never wore his coat in school, saying it was too warm. Perhaps it was an astute attention to the prejudices of his employers, who love no man that does not earn his living by the sweat of his brow. The shirt sleeves gave the idea of a manual labor school, in one sense at least. It was evident that the master worked, and that afforded a probability that the scholars worked too. Master Horner's success was most triumphant that winter. A year's growth had improved his outward man exceedingly, filling out the limbs so that they did not remind you so forcibly of a young colt's, and supplying the cheeks with the flesh and blood so necessary where mustaches were not worn. Experience had given him a degree of confidence, and confidence gave him power. In short, people said the master had waked up, and so he had. He actually set about reading for improvement, and although at the end of the term he could not quite make out from his historical studies which side Hannibal was on, yet this is readily explained by the fact that he boarded round, and was obliged to read generally by firelight, surrounded by ungoverned children. After this, Master Horner made his own bargain. When school time came round with the following autumn, and the teacher presented himself for a third examination, such a test was pronounced no longer necessary, and the district consented to engage him at the astounding rate of $16 a month, with the understanding that he was to have a fixed home, provided he was willing to allow $1 a week for it. Master Horner bethought him of the successive killing times and consequent doughnuts of the 20 families in which he had sojourned the years before, and consented to the exaction. Behold our friend now as high as district teacher can ever hope to be, his scholarship established, his home stationary and not revolving, and the good behavior of the community ensured by the fact that he, being of age, had now a farm to retire upon in case of any disgust. Master Horner was at once the preeminent beau of the neighborhood, spite of the prejudice against learning. He brushed his hair straight up in front, and wore a sky-blue ribbon for a guard to his silver watch, and walked as if the tall heels of his blunt boots were egg-shells and not leather. Yet he was far from neglecting the duties of his place. He was beau only on Sundays and holidays, very schoolmaster the rest of the time. It was at a spelling school that Master Horner first met the educated eyes of Miss Harriet Bangle, a young lady visiting the Engleharts in our neighborhood. She was from one of the towns in western New York, and had brought with her a variety of city airs and graces somewhat caricatured, set off with year-old French fashions much travestied. Whether she had been sent out to the new country to try, somewhat late, a rustic chance for an establishment, or whether her company had been found rather trying at home, we cannot say. The view which she was at some pains to make understood was, that her friends had contrived this method of keeping her out of the way of a desperate lover, whose addresses were not acceptable to them. If it should seem surprising that so high-bred a visitor should be sojourning in the wild woods, it must be remembered that more than one celebrated Englishman and not a few distinguished Americans have farmer brothers in the western country, no whit less rustic in their exterior and manner of life than the plainest of their neighbors. When these are visited by their refined kinsfolk, we of the woods catch glimpses of the gay world, or think we do. That great medicine hath with its taint gilded many a vulgarism to the satisfaction of wiser heads than ours. Miss Bangle's manner bespoke for her that high consideration which she felt to be her due, yet she condescended to be amused by the rustics and their awkward attempts at gaiety and elegance, and, to say truth, few of the village merry-makings escaped her, though she wore always the air of great superiority. The spelling school is one of the ordinary winter amusements in the country. It occurs once in a fortnight or so, and has power to draw out all the young people for miles round, arrayed in their best clothes and their holiday behavior. When all is ready, umpires are elected, and after these have taken the distinguished place usually occupied by the teacher, the young people of the school choose the two best scholars to head the opposing classes. These leaders choose their followers from the mass, each calling a name in turn, until all the spellers are ranked on one side or the other, lining the sides of the room, and all standing. The schoolmaster, standing too, takes his spelling book, and gives a placid yet awe-inspiring look along the ranks, remarking that he intends to be very impartial, and that he shall give out nothing that is not in the spelling book. For the first half hour or so he chooses common and easy words, that the spirit of the evening may not be damped by the too early thinning of the classes. When a word is missed, the blunderer has to sit down and be a spectator only for the rest of the evening. At certain intervals some of the best speakers mount the platform and speak a piece, which is generally as declamatory as possible. The excitement of this scene is equal to that afforded by any city spectacle whatever, and towards the close of the evening, when difficult and unusual words are chosen to confound the small number who still keep the floor, it becomes scarcely less than painful. When perhaps only one or two remain to be puzzled, the master, weary at last of his task, though a favorite one, tries by tricks to put down those whom he cannot overcome in fair fight. If among all the curious, useless, unheard of words which may be picked out of the spelling book, he cannot find one which the scholars have not noticed, he gets the last head down by some quip or catch. Bay will perhaps be the sound. One scholar spells it bey, another bay, while the master all the time means ba, which comes within the rule, being in the spelling book. It was on one of these occasions, as we have said, that Miss Bangle, having come to the spelling school to get materials for a letter to a female friend, first shone upon Mr. Horner. She was excessively amused by his solemn air and puckered mouth, and set him down at once as fair game. Yet she could not help becoming somewhat interested in the spelling school, and after it was over found she had not stored up half as many of the schoolmaster's points as she intended for the benefit of her correspondent. In the evening's contest a young girl from some few miles distance, Ellen Kingsbury, the only child of a substantial farmer, had been the very last to sit down, after a prolonged effort on the part of Mr. Horner to puzzle her, for the credit of his own school. She blushed and smiled, and blushed again, but spelt on, until Mr. Horner's cheeks were crimson with excitement, and some touch of shame that he should be baffled at his own weapons. At length, either by accident or design, Ellen missed a word, and sinking into her seat was numbered with the slain. In the laugh and talk which followed, for with the conclusion of the spelling all form of a public assembly vanishes, our schoolmaster said so many gallant things to his fair enemy, and appeared so much animated by the excitement of the contest, that Miss Bangle began to look upon him with rather more respect, and to feel somewhat indignant that a little rustic like Ellen should absorb the entire attention of the only beau. She put on, therefore, her most gracious aspect, and mingled in the circle, caused the schoolmaster to be presented to her, and did her best to fascinate him by certain airs and graces which she had found successful elsewhere. What game is too small for the close-woven net of a coquette? Mr. Horner quitted not the fair Ellen until he had handed her into her father's sleigh, and he then wended his way homewards, never thinking that he ought to have escorted Miss Bangle to her uncle's, though she certainly waited a little while for his return. We must not follow into particulars the subsequent intercourse of our schoolmaster with the civilized young lady. All that concerns us is the result of Miss Bangle's benevolent designs upon his heart. She tried most sincerely to find its vulnerable spot, meaning no doubt to put Mr. Horner on his guard for the future, and she was unfeignedly surprised to discover that her best efforts were of no avail. She concluded that he must have taken a counter poison, and she was not slow in guessing its source. She had observed the peculiar fire which lighted up his eyes in the presence of Ellen Kingsbury, and she bethought her of a plan which would ensure her some amusement at the expense of these impertinent rustics, though in a manner different somewhat from her original, more natural idea of simple coquetry. A letter was written to Master Horner, purporting to come from Ellen Kingsbury, worded so artfully that the schoolmaster understood at once that it was intended to be a secret communication, though its ostensible object was an inquiry about some ordinary affair. This was laid in Mr. Horner's desk before he came to school, with an intimation that he might leave an answer in a certain spot on the following morning. The bait took at once, for Mr. Horner, honest and true himself, and much smitten with the fair Ellen, was too happy to be circumspect. The answer was duly placed, and as duly carried to Miss Bangle by her accomplice, Joe Englehart, an unlucky pickle who was always for ill, never for good, and who found no difficulty in obtaining the letter unwatched, since the master was obliged to be in school at 9, and Joe could always linger a few minutes later. This answer being opened and laughed at, Miss Bangle had only to contrive a rejoinder, which, being rather more particular in its tone than the original communication, led on yet again the happy schoolmaster, who branched out into sentiment, taffeta phrases, silken terms precise, talked of hills and dales and rivulets and the pleasures of friendship, and concluded by entreating a continuance of the correspondence. Another letter, and another, every one more flattering and encouraging than the last, almost turned the sober head of our poor master, and warmed up his heart so effectually that he could scarcely attend to his business. The spelling schools were remembered, however, and Ellen Kingsbury made one of the merry company, but the latest letter had not forgotten to caution Mr. Horner not to betray the intimacy, so that he was in honor bound to restrict himself to the language of the eyes, hard as it was to forbear the single whisper for which he would have given his very dictionary. So their meeting passed off without the explanation which Miss Bangle began to fear would cut short her benevolent amusement. The correspondence was resumed with renewed spirit, and carried on until Miss Bangle, though not overburdened with sensitiveness, began to be a little alarmed for the consequences of her malicious pleasantry. She perceived that she herself had turned schoolmistress, and that Master Horner, instead of being merely her dupe, had become her pupil too, for the style of his replies had been constantly improving, and the earnest and manly tone which he assumed promised anything but the quiet, sheepish pocketing of injury and insult upon which she had counted. In truth, there was something deeper than vanity in the feelings with which he regarded Ellen Kingsbury. The encouragement which he supposed himself to have received, threw down the barrier which his extreme bashfulness would have interposed between himself and anyone who possessed charms enough to attract him, and we must excuse him if, in such a case, he did not criticize the mode of encouragement, but rather grasped eagerly the proffered good without a scruple, or one which he would own to himself as to the propriety with which it was tendered. He was as much in love as a man can be, and the seriousness of real attachment gave both grace and dignity to his once awkward diction. The evident determination of Mr. Horner to come to the point of asking papa brought Miss Bangle to a very awkward pass. She had expected to return home before matters had proceeded so far, but being obliged to remain some time longer, she was equally afraid to go on and to leave off, a denouement being almost certain to ensue in either case. Things stood thus when it was time to prepare for the grand exhibition which was to close the winter term. This is an affair of too much magnitude to be fully described in the small space yet remaining in which to bring out our veracious history. It must be slubbered o'er in haste, its important preliminaries left to the cold imagination of the reader, its fine spirit perhaps evaporating for want of being embodied in words. We can only say that our master, whose school life was to close with the term, labored as man never before labored in such a cause, resolute to trail a cloud of glory after him when he left us. Not a candlestick nor a curtain that was attainable, either by coaxing or bribery, was left in the village. Even the only piano, that frail treasure, was whiled away and placed in one corner of the rickety stage. The most splendid of all the pieces in the Columbian orator, the American speaker, but we must not enumerate. In a word, the most astounding and pathetic specimens of eloquence within ken of either teacher or scholars had been selected for the occasion, and several young ladies and gentlemen whose academical course had been happily concluded at an earlier period, either at our own institution or at some other, had consented to lend themselves to the parts, and their choicest decorations for the properties, of the dramatic portion of the entertainment. Among these last was pretty Ellen Kingsbury, who had agreed to personate the Queen of Scots in the garden scene from Schiller's tragedy of Mary Stuart, and this circumstance accidentally afforded Master Horner the opportunity he had so long desired of seeing his fascinating correspondent without the presence of peering eyes. A dress rehearsal occupied the afternoon before the day of days, and the pathetic expostulations of the lovely Mary, "Mine all doth hang, my life, my destiny, upon my words, upon the force of tears," aided by the long veil and the emotion which sympathy brought into Ellen's countenance, proved too much for the enforced prudence of Master Horner. When the rehearsal was over, and the heroes and heroines were to return home, it was found that by a stroke of witty invention not new in the country, the harness of Mr. Kingsbury's horses had been cut in several places, his whip hidden, his buffalo skins spread on the ground, and the sleigh turned bottom upwards on them. This afforded an excuse for the master's borrowing a horse and sleigh of somebody, and claiming the privilege of taking Miss Ellen home, while her father returned with only Aunt Sally and a great bag of bran from the mill, companions about equally interesting. Here then was the golden opportunity so long wished for. Here was the power of ascertaining at once what is never quite certain until we have heard it from warm, living lips, whose testimony is strengthened by glances in which the whole soul speaks, or seems to speak. The time was short, for the sleighing was but too fine, and Father Kingsbury, having tied up his harness and collected his scattered equipment, was driving so close behind that there was no possibility of lingering for a moment. Yet many moments were lost before Mr. Horner, very much in earnest, and all unhackneyed in matters of this sort, could find a word in which to clothe his new-found feelings. The horse seemed to fly, the distance was half passed, and at length, in absolute despair of anything better, he blurted out at once what he had determined to avoid, a direct reference to the correspondence. A game at cross purposes ensued. Exclamations and explanations and denials and apologies filled up the time which was to have made Master Horner so blessed. The light from Mr. Kingsbury's windows shone upon the path, and the whole result of this conference so longed for was a burst of tears from the perplexed and mortified Ellen, who sprang from Mr. Horner's attempts to detain her, rushed into the house without vouchsafing him a word of adieu, and left him standing, no bad personification of Orpheus, after the last hopeless flitting of his Eurydice. "Won't you light, master?" said Mr. Kingsbury. "Yes, no, thank you. Good evening," stammered poor Master Horner, so stupefied that even Aunt Sally called him a dummy. The horse took the sleigh against the fence going home, and threw out the master, who scarcely recollected the accident, while to Ellen the issue of this unfortunate drive was a sleepless night, and so high a fever in the morning that our village doctor was called to Mr. Kingsbury's before breakfast. Poor Master Horner's distress may hardly be imagined. Disappointed, bewildered, cut to the quick, yet as much in love as ever, he could only in bitter silence turn over in his thoughts the issue of his cherished dream, now persuading himself that Ellen's denial was the effect of a sudden bashfulness, now inveighing against the fickleness of the sex, as all men do when they are angry with any one woman in particular. But his exhibition must go on in spite of wretchedness, and he went about mechanically talking of curtains and candles and music and attitudes and pauses and emphasis, looking like a somnambulist whose eyes are open but their sense is shut, and often surprising those concerned by the utter unfitness of his answers. It was almost evening when Mr. Kingsbury, having discovered through the intervention of the doctor and Aunt Sally the cause of Ellen's distress, made his appearance before the unhappy eyes of Master Horner, angry, solemn, and determined, taking the schoolmaster apart and requiring an explanation of his treatment of his daughter. In vain did the perplexed lover ask for time to clear himself, declare his respect for Miss Ellen, and his willingness to give every explanation which she might require. The father was not to be put off, and though excessively reluctant, Mr. Horner had no resource but to show the letters which alone could account for his strange discourse to Ellen. He unlocked his desk slowly and unwillingly, while the old man's impatience was such that he could scarcely forbear thrusting in his own hand to snatch at the papers which were to explain this vexatious mystery. What could equal the utter confusion of Master Horner and the contemptuous anger of the father when no letters were to be found? Mr. Kingsbury was too passionate to listen to reason, or to reflect for one moment upon the irreproachable good name of the schoolmaster. He went away in inexorable wrath, threatening every practicable visitation of public and private justice upon the head of the offender, whom he accused of having attempted to trick his daughter into an entanglement which should result in his favor. A doleful exhibition was this last one of our thrice approved and most worthy teacher. Stern necessity and the power of habit enabled him to go through with most of his part, but where was the proud fire which had lighted up his eye on similar occasions before? He sat as one of three judges before whom the unfortunate Robert Emmet was dragged in his shirt sleeves by two fierce-looking officials, but the chief judge looked far more like a criminal than did the proper representative. He ought to have personated Othello, but was obliged to excuse himself from raving for the handkerchief, on the rather anomalous plea of a bad cold. Mary Stuart, being the bond, was anxiously expected by the impatient crowd, and it was with distress amounting to agony that the master was obliged to announce in person the necessity of omitting that part of the representation on account of the illness of one of the young ladies. Scarcely had the words been uttered, and the speaker hidden his burning face behind the curtain, when Mr. Kingsbury started up in his place amid the throng to give a public recital of his grievance, no uncommon resort in the new country. He dashed at once to the point, and before some friends who saw the utter impropriety of his proceeding could persuade him to defer his vengeance, he had laid before the assembly, some 300 people perhaps, his own statement of the case. He was got out at last, half coaxed, half hustled, and the gentle public, only half understanding what had been set forth thus unexpectedly, made quite a pretty row of it. Some clamored loudly for the conclusion of the exercises, others gave utterances in no particularly choice terms to a variety of opinions as to the schoolmaster's proceedings, varying the note occasionally by shouting, "The letters! The letters! Why don't you bring out the letters?" At length, by means of much rapping on the desk by the president of the evening, who was fortunately a popular character, order was partially restored, and the favorite scene from Miss More's dialogue of David and Goliath was announced as the closing piece. The sight of little David in a white tunic edged with red tape, with a calico scrip and a very primitive-looking sling, and a huge Goliath decorated with a militia belt and sword and a spear like a weaver's beam indeed, enchained everybody's attention. Even the peccant schoolmaster and his pretended letters were forgotten, while the sapient Goliath, every time that he raised the spear in the energy of his declamation to thump upon the stage, picked away fragments of the low ceiling, which fell conspicuously on his great shock of black hair. At last, with the crowning threat, up went the spear for an astounding thump, and down came a large piece of the ceiling, and with it a shower of letters. The confusion that ensued beggars all description. A general scramble took place, and in another moment 20 pairs of eyes at least were feasting on the choice phrases lavished upon Mr. Horner. Miss Bangle had sat through the whole previous scene, trembling for herself, although she had, as she supposed, guarded cunningly against exposure. She had needed no prophet to tell her what must be the result of a tete-a-tete between Mr. Horner and Ellen, and the moment she saw them drive off together, she induced her imp to seize the opportunity of abstracting the whole parcel of letters from Mr. Horner's desk, which he did by means of a sort of skill which comes by nature to such goblins, picking the lot by the aid of a crooked nail as neatly as if he had been born within the shadow of the tombs. But magicians sometimes suffer severely from the malice with which they have themselves inspired their familiars. Joe Englehart, having been a convenient tool thus far, thought it quite time to torment Miss Bangle a little. So, having stolen the letters at her bidding, he hid them on his own account, and no persuasions of hers could induce him to reveal this important secret, which he chose to reserve as a rod in case she refused him some intercession with his father, or some other accommodation rendered necessary by his mischievous habits. He had concealed the precious parcels in the unfloored loft above the schoolroom, a place accessible only by means of a small trap-door without staircase or ladder, and here he meant to have kept them while it suited his purposes, but for the untimely intrusion of the weaver's beam. Miss Bangle had sat through all, as we have said, thinking the letters safe, yet vowing vengeance against her confederate for not allowing her to secure them by a satisfactory conflagration, and it was not until she heard her own name whispered through the crowd that she was awakened to her true situation. The sagacity of the low creatures whom she had despised showed them at once that the letters must be hers, since her character had been pretty shrewdly guessed, and the handwriting wore a more practised air than is usual among females in the country. This was first taken for granted, and then spoken of as an acknowledged fact. The assembly moved like the heavings of a troubled sea. Everybody felt that this was everybody's business. "Put her out," was heard from more than one rough voice near the door, and this was responded to by loud and angry murmurs from within. Mr. Englehart, not waiting to inquire into the merits of the case in this scene of confusion, hastened to get his family out as quietly and as quickly as possible, but groans and hisses followed his niece as she hung half fainting on his arm, quailing completely beneath the instinctive indignation of the rustic public. As she passed out, a yell resounded among the rude boys about the door, and she was lifted into a sleigh, insensible from terror. She disappeared from that evening, and no one knew the time of her final departure for the East. Mr. Kingsbury, who is a just man when he is not in a passion, made all the reparation in his power for his harsh and ill-considered attack upon the master, and we believe that functionary did not show any traits of implacability of character, and at least he was seen not many days after sitting peaceably at tea with Mr. Kingsbury, Aunt Sally, and Miss Ellen, and he has since gone home to build a house upon his farm, and people do say that after a few months more Ellen will not need Miss Bangle's intervention if she should see fit to correspond with the schoolmaster. End of the Schoolmaster's Progress.